It's the biggest trade agreement in the world, right? It's the biggest of its kind. The aim is to make Africa less reliable on resources. That means using resources for economic development, right? I don't want to bore you with the objectives, but I want to lay the ground that this cannot be a talk shop. This needs to have impact. What we say today must have impact, because the whole of Africa, the whole of South Africa awaits what we are going to do and what are we going to think, so that the lives of average people in this country and the rest of the continent who are stricken with poverty and unemployment can change. So let us have that in mind. Without further ado, I would like to call on somebody who is our leader and the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Kralen.
Good morning, everyone. And I'll say to Professor Kuneli, this 67 minutes, we have to space ourselves because we are going to have blisters, but we clapped with enthusiasm. But I see some of the economists here started very slow because they know they were better planners than us clapping with force. Thank you very much on this particular day of where we reflect it, not only in terms of our history, but we'll sit down and plan in terms of the history of Africa in the future. It is so important to understand the history, but it's more important to constantly reflect and to adjust in terms of the future. And therefore, I'm not going to repeat all of the dignitaries today, but I would like to congratulate Professor Tawari for always doing this workshop, this type of workshop once a year. And colleagues, he takes a year to do it because he sit down and he think about a theme that is applicable. He thinks about who to invite, who can contribute. And this is why we have this very high level contributors to this, to have ambassadors and chief directors here to speak to us about that. This is an accomplishment. It's not something that happens just by itself. It is really something that is planned and with a man with a vision. So, Prof. Tawari, we first of all want to thank you here today, and don't forget it to start planning for 2025 in terms of this. Colleagues, I was just asked to say something about the faculty that I'm so proud of, that when they ask me to say something, I always tell Charlotte, now you must tell me when should I stop saying something. But I was thinking about the faculty also in terms of this whole process of where we are and what we're doing today. We sit with the Faculty of Commerce, Administration, Law, and under Commerce we have accounting, economics, business management, we have transport, logistics, cooperative, public admin, we have public administration linked to political studies and to the BComs. And then what a lot of people find very strange is why law in this particular faculty. Now, I would like to compliment the university for this foresight that they showed in when they compiled this faculty as a multidisciplinary faculty. And why I would like to mention this today is I'm invited to a think tank from some of the most influential universities in Australia, New Zealand, and Europe, where they are now embracing the concept of multidisciplinarity, and how to teach that, and how to bring it back in universities. And when did the universities went wrong in terms of focusing so much on specializations that they forget about all the other disciplines around them? Now, this is something that did not happen in our faculty. Because we have this, it was quite easy. It's easy to say, all right, there's one faculty with a name, and let law do whatever they want to do, and let accounting do whatever they want to, and economics and business separate, and nobody speaks to one another. Because at other universities, sometimes economics and even business are split. And economics are further split in terms of transport and finance at one side, and entrepreneurship separate, etc. And everyone is focusing on this individual group. We are not working like that. And I can give you a small example of interdisciplinary that takes place, and how the world then just becomes a bigger department. We have now a collaboration with an Italy university in terms of law. And the Department of Law in UniZulu then started to look at collaborative, etc. And the department that they form a collaboration with, hold on to your chairs, all the others, is Department of Law and Department of Accounting. Now people would say, oh my goodness, it makes sense, Department of Law, maybe with business management, Department of Accounting. And they work with this Italy university, and they wrote a paper that was already presented and that will be presented, a paper that received such a wonderful reaction from the rest of the world. So we didn't thought this is possible. They wrote about Ubuntu and tax fairness. Can you see how wide this is, and how they come up with new concepts in terms of combining this multidisciplinarity of this? Something that the rest of the world took with as a storm and say, we also want to do this, and how does it work, and where do we get to understand what is Ubuntu, for instance? Now, we're a small university, a small faculty, and therefore we have one central theme only, one objective, very, very easy objective. Sometimes people ask you mission and vision, and it's so complex that you can't even remember it. We only have one objective, and that is to create human capital worthy of their qualification. That's all that we do. That is our full objective. And I want to say it again. Create human capital worthy of their qualification. By doing that, it is a simple objective, but it's a very complex process. We basically use everything that everyone, teaching and learning, research, etc., community engagement. But we understand exactly who is the faculty, what we need to do, and we understand our students. And we want our students to understand the world that they come from, the world that they're in, and the world that they're moving towards in terms of that. We are very proud never to neglect the history, the culture, the language. And therefore, this whole node of African thought fits perfectly in the Faculty of Commerce mission and vision of creating human capital that understand the world, where they are, where they were, and where they're going to. What do we want to do? And this is where multidisciplinary comes in perfectly. We want to create this human capital, not only to specialize in a particular field, not only to be the best economist or to understand the growth theory to a T, but to be a critical thinker, to be a problem solver, to have a futuristic look at problems. That is all soft skills that you don't teach students. There's no course, no module that you can sit down and say, everyone take a module, critical thinking. And then you tick the box and then you say, all right, our students understand they have the graduate attributes. You do it by demonstration. And for instance, this workshop is one of these demonstrations in terms of critical thinking, problem solving, looking forward thinking in terms of this. By thinking about an ages-old problem. When we study economics, one of the first things that he started is the mercantilist. And the mercantilist said, get on your ship and international trade, and that allows you the possibility to specialize and to get comparative and absolute advantages, etc., etc. It sounds wonderful in this. And that is what we did. And that is what we study in economics. And that's what we teach students. International trade is the best thing that you can have. But now, when you're in this field for such a long time, you have the benefit of living through some of these stages of things. And the interventions that took place after the mercantilists surely started with those best options. But then there's some interventions that took place, like the general trade and GATT, General Agreement of Tariff and Trade, that protected certain countries, certain against free trade. So now you're starting to intervene. Then the World Trade Organization, and now we are looking at the African free trade organizations. Currently, we're living through the concept of how free trade, for instance, with China and India, are criticized. And they say they are flooding the market with products that is cheaper because of child labor or human rights that is infringed upon. So this is a constant development, constant innovations that we need to take place. And that is what we need our students to understand. When we speak about innovations, it's not necessary to find out a new type of anything, but it's to innovate the existing information. And you know that it's my hobby horse that I always speak about is the paradox between plenty, the paradox of plenty and poverty. Where we sit in Africa with plenty of resources, but a whole continent of poverty. So why did it happen? Because in terms of free trade, that is not supposed to happen. We need to teach our students these concepts. They need to understand the history. They need to understand where they were and where they come. They have to start to develop this emotional intelligence to look at their own problems and to come up with solutions, how hard it might be. So we don't only want to focus on academic literacy and academic, but also a strong social, economic responsibility that we're looking at. So we always thank the DVC Research and Innovation for allowing us in the faculty to work interdisciplinary. And I think when she sometimes look at the proposals, etc., that is coming to her committee, she can see how we combine social economic with finance and public administration. So coming back now to commerce. Now you can see that we are focusing on trade, we're focusing on growth, we are focusing on development, accounting, focusing on finance, and we put it together. Law, that is constantly our conscience in terms of, are you doing things in the way it should? But law that due to the exposure to taxation and economics, etc., are questioning some of the policies, procedures, and laws that are in place and asking, should it be done differently? Public administration, that is part of us. Public administration, that is the concept of government combined with everyone else, training our policymakers and system. So, MC, you asked me to say something about the faculty, a multidisciplinary faculty. that works together for one goal. I want to say it again, to train to create human capital worthy of their qualification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Krelen. And, we've been hearing about why, Prof. Krelen understands the science of education. She has been doing it for so many years. This lecture we've been getting as academics from the time she started as dean. We understand what it is we need to do, how we're going to get there. And if we lose our way, sometimes you make sure that we know what our goal is. And it's so nice having a dean with such depth of experience in academia. And, I've acted for an HOD for a short time under her. She would be thinking about things of how to improve the faculty at 8 o'clock at night. And she would tell you that this is what I think should be done. So her mind is always thinking of how to improve, continuous improvement. And then you feel guilty. Why am I not working at 8:30 at night? Thank you, Prof. Krelen. Next, we have somebody that Prof. Krelen has introduced, Professor Dev Tiwari. He was the dean prior to Prof. Krelen. And he is the person that is very innovative, as Prof said. He is the one that where Professor Calvino always calls him the father of Mbali. He was the one that started Mbali in the faculty, and he made us do the impossible. And now he started this series of workshops. The first one was on the Asian tigers in Africa in 2022. Last year was the Model Capital Workshop. And this is the African Continental Free Trade Area Workshop. So what he's hoping to achieve is that all of these things will culminate into a book that will be published by Routledge. So that will be the product of these workshops. Moreover, he's more innovative, and what he wants to do next year, if resources allow, he would want to actually have a symposium where he brings government, private sector, and universities together to determine the research agenda. Because we've been researching, but we need to research the relevant. And the only way to do that is to understand the problems. So that's his hope that he may do next year. And what people don't know is that this entire workshop is funded through him and his research funds, together with a contribution from the DVC Research and Innovation, Professor Kunene. So we thank you, Prof. Kunene. And so without further ado, I would like to welcome Prof. Tiwari. Professor Tiwari.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you for the introduction, all the little work that I have done, and I appreciate that it is recognized. I like to express my gratitude to all the dignitaries who are here physically, and those who are virtually, and those who are in absentia. So my gratitude goes to Prof. Matose, Vice Chancellor. He has been very helpful and providing support for these kind of workshop and conferences. The first one, she was here. The second, like to acknowledge Prof. Nomlomo, DVC Teaching and Learning, and Prof. Prince Yara, DVC Institutional Support. And of course, Prof. Kunene is here physically, and I appreciate that last year also she inaugurated this conference, and she's here again. So I really express my gratitude to you, and thank you for agreeing to come here. and also for support that you provided for this conference, some 60,000 rand. So thank you very much for that. Also thankful to my Dean, Prof. Pelling, Deputy Dean, Prof. Cass, and Prof. Magigawa is not here today. She couldn't come. She's not feeling well. And all the dignitaries in terms of audience here. So they are also dignitaries to me. So thank you so much. And we have in absentia, in virtually, Ambassador Zoleshwa Malumbi Peter will be speaking to us. She is the Deputy Director General, Trade and Ambassador to South Africa to the WTO. And we have also Mr. Kwanile Mukwanazi, who's here on the dais, and he's the Director, Export Development and Support. So with all acknowledgement, my task is just to tell you about this workshop. As Shalan already said, that we already have done 2 workshop or conferences. The first one was Asian drivers. Oh, I'm sorry, I also forgot to acknowledge my great friend, Prof. Anil Suklal. Sorry for that. And Anil was here in the first workshop, and then he's here now, and maybe difficult to catch him after that. He is now going to as an ambassador to India. So a round of applause for him, please. Thank you for that. So I really appreciate that Anil has taken this time out and come here and to speak to us. And he's a dynamic and a vivacious speaker. So first 2 workshop that we did was, one was on Asian drivers, China and African trade investment. And Anil spoke about it very extensively. And we are bringing a book out of it, which is in preparation. And then second one was on enhancing moral capital for sustainable economic growth in Africa. That was done in 2023. A book is also coming out of it, and both these books will be published by Routledge. So that's a good thing. And then third is this, and this is all done under the auspices of what you call a node for Africa growth. So all they fit in very well under that theme. So if you look at the first workshop was about trade, the third one is about trade, and the second was about moral capital. So if you look at these, there are 2 themes: increasing moral capital or reducing corruption. The same thing. And the second is increasing trade, the combination of the 2. And we need it very badly. We need to build moral capital and increase trade. And we are kind of always thinking some such topics which will benefit Africa, different ways. So this is this is third in the series. Okay, now I'm going to speak a little bit about Afcfta. Let me just give you a rundown how since 1900, what has happened. Between 1900 to 1945, many Pan-African congresses were held. And in 1963, Organization of African Unity was created. In 1980, the Lagos Plan of Action for Economic Development of Africa was created. And then in 1991, Abuja Treaty was signed. So up to 1991 is kind of a phase 1. And in phase 1 is OAU was active. Basically, it was creating some kind of a thinking, subconsciously. OAU was not it was kind of more like a passive organization trying to solve the political problems in the continent, but it was not directly participating or actively didn't have that much power. In 1991, we had this Abuja Treaty, and that treaty was a landmark treaty in a sense that it brought the economics more actively into it. And it kind of planned 6 stages of continental integration. And the idea was to establish the African Economic Community. And that came into force on 12th May 1994. And these 6 stages were as follows. Stage 1, strengthening and creating regional economic communities such as SADC or COMSA. Stage 2, stabilization of tariff and other barriers to regional trade. Stage 3, establishment of free trade area. Stage 4, harmonization of tariff and non-tariff systems. Stage 5, establishment of a common market. Stage 6, integration of all sectors, and African Parliament, African Monetary Union, and so on. So that's the plan. And in 1991, actually these two things, the Lagos plan and then Abuja Treaty combined, they actually led to what you call regional economic communities in 1991. A roadmap was made. And after that, we had 6 regional economic communities. I will just name them. Arab Maghreb Union, and then Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, East African Community, Economic Community of Central African States, Economic Community of West African States, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Southern African Development Community, SADC. So these are 6 economic communities were created. So in 2002, then OAU gets transformed and becomes African Union. Now, OAU and AU, the major difference is AU is more powerful. There are more people, about 54 or 55 countries, and it has probably a parliament. I think I know what is happening. I don't know if there's a parliament. It also has some power to intervene. Like OAU didn't have that kind of power. So they have a power to intervene in disputes in case it is required. In 2015, they launched a 50-year vision of document, which document is very popular. It's called Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Okay, you must read that document sometime. And on March 21st, 2018, Afcfta was signed by the signatories in Kigali, Rwanda. And on January 1st, 2021, Afcfta officially commenced. So it's a very new trade area, and we just started 2021. Right now, we have 54 countries. Eritrea is not there. There is some problem. The interesting thing is, this is an agreement of all the 54 countries about 4 freedoms. So that involves 1.4 billion people in the continent. The GDP is about $3.4 trillion. And there are 4 freedoms: freedom of movement of goods, freedom of movement of services, freedom of movement of people, freedom of movement of capital. So if these 4 things are freely moving across the continent, the idea is it is supposed to trigger the continental economic growth. I think that's an old principle that Adam Smith gave a long time ago. We just kind of actualizing it. So now there will be Pan-African Parliament, all those things. Okay, today I don't want to take a long time. I just want to tell you how this whole thing is going to work in briefly. So let me just tell you some, before I explain you how this whole thing is going to work, I'm going to tell you 4 stylized facts about Africa, or 4 grim realities. One grim reality is that there has been a secular decline in Africa's share of world trade. In 1970s, our share in the world market was around 4 to 5%. In 2020, it has come down to 3%. So that means we are shrinking in the world market. That's one fact. Second, intra-regional trade in Africa is only 18%. That means we are only 20%. Whatever is trade within Africa, only 20% of that is being traded among the African countries. So we are also not trading enough among ourselves. So that's a second grim reality. Then third, that African trades is mainly in raw materials. So out of 55 countries, 45 countries trade in raw materials only. And this is called, in trade language, it is called, we operate on the upstream side of the trade chain. Upstream is where you produce raw material, downstream is where we have a process thing. So we are on upstream. So this is the fourth grim reality is there has been a disproportionate growth of low value exports. So that's a bad thing. We are exporting, but what we are exporting is a low value export. We are not going on a downstream side. We are mainly sticking to the upstream of the trade chain. So what is this? What is it creating? All this is creating a lot of bank of balance of payment problem countries. You know, there is not enough foreign exchange to buy. That's and it's then playing a heavy toll on our currencies. You saw rand is fluctuating. A lot of these African currencies fluctuate, and some currencies I recall in 1980s, 1 rand used to buy $2. Okay, today $1 buys 18 rands. So that's the story. In 1980, I recall 1 naira of Africa and Nigeria used to buy $2, I guess. Today, I don't know. Naira is, I think it's in thousands, isn't it? Okay, so that's the story. So that is what is happening over time. Now, how this trade will change this whole idea? Okay, so we introduced what you call, we want to have an integration of Africa, and that integration will be done what they call is a regional value chain. A regional value chain is, and then there is a global value chain. So a value chain is basically a production sequence. So you kind of have a raw material, like you have a potato, then potatoes are, you can make a potato chips, you can make any other things, so many things, you know, from potato. So that is from upstream production is potato, downstream production is potato chips or something else. You know, I'm just making a very simple example, but you can take any other example. So the idea is, in order to do that, what we do, we involve multiple countries in a region. So maybe we get one part from South Africa, other part from Namibia, third part from another country and other country. And then in southern SADC countries, we have a particular plant and we're producing that. So all 4 countries are participating in it. This is a regional value chain. Okay. Now, if that is done across the other continent, then we call it global value chain. So whole idea is to create these regional value chains, and then that's one strategy. So we want to create more cooperation among the countries so that we can jointly produce high value product. See, that's the important point. High value product we want to produce. Sorry for that. Okay, so basically idea is, if we kind of develop these regional value chains in North Africa, in South Africa, in East Africa, or anywhere in Africa, or continental. We can have a continental regional value chain. These value chains will then start producing finished product, or they will go into a downstream production, and that will then allow us to participate in a global value chain. That is the idea. So once we lower tariff barriers and all the non-tariff barriers, then trade integration will take place, and these regional economic value chain or global value chain will develop. So what we are saying, that regional value chain will become stronger, and a couple of reasons for that is, one reason is that during COVID, this is a good thing that COVID did to us. During COVID, we couldn't participate in global value chain. So it allowed us to develop regional value chains. So that was the good thing that came out of it. So we learned that skills. Second, they say there will be certain kind of climatic concern, and which will put some pressures to reduce the trade intensity of value chains. And in order to do that, we'll have to resort to regional value chains, not to global value chains. Africa has a very large market, 1.4 billion. Incomes will increase, so foreign direct investment will come. So that is also another reason that regional value chain will become strong. And they hope that Afcfta will hence promote labor-intensive manufacturing and will participate in downstream value addition. For example, they say a rapid growth of African retail stores has taken place. A lot of South African supermarket chains such as Shoprite, Pick n Pay, Spar, Massmart have spread over southern, east, and west Africa. By 2016, they say there were 554 stores outside South Africa. Similarly, it will also bring foreign direct investment. Volkswagen established a car manufacturing in Rwanda, Peugeot and Opel in Namibia. So when new FDI comes, then FDI just doesn't bring money, it also brings technology. So that will also come to, and it will require us to develop human capital, as Prof. Trailing said. So idea is to diversify the sources of economic growth. So there are three phases in this Afcfta. Phase 1 is trade in goods and services and dispute settlement. Phase 2 is to develop intellectual property rights, investment, and competitive policy. Phase 3 is digital trade, women and youth and trade. So these are the 3 stages. So thus 54 countries, 1.4 billion people, $3.4 trillion GDP will trigger an economic growth in the continent. And then purpose of this conference is basically to deliberate on these issues. And we have 5 issues. Number 1, what the objective of this conference is to promote a deeper understanding of African continental free trade area and its significance in post-COVID-19 economic recovery. And 2, to foster discussions on the role of trade agreements in building economic resilience, promoting entrepreneurship, job creation, and sustainable development. And 3, to examine the challenges and opportunities that African nations face implementing and benefiting from the agreement. Number 4, to explore public policy initiatives and implementation strategies. And number 5, to share best practices and case studies related to trade agreements and economic resilience from diverse perspectives. I expect to have a good deal of discussions in these 2 days, and keynote addresses will add extra spicy material and ideas. and we look forward that we all enjoy this conference. And I like to now read one quote as Shalon gave me one quote. He says, "The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall." Thank you very much.
The gap in between there is rather narrow. Thank you, Prof. Tiwari. Thank you for the knowledge. And we forget when you were dean, etc., what an expert you are in economics. Thank you so much, Prof. You've laid the foundation, and I think it's for us now, delegates, to actually meet the challenge posed by Prof. Tiwari. I just want to check, Mr. Mtembu. I want to check if Ambassador Xolelwa Mlumbi-Peter is online, just to apologize for being late. She's online. Ambassador, we'd like to apologize. We would be with you shortly. Now I would like to welcome our DVC Research and Innovation, Professor Kunene. Professor Kunene has always been, she is the person that is driving research at the university. And last year, if I'm not mistaken, FCAL had the most publications, Prof. So well done to FCAL. Thank you, Prof, for supporting us. We had the most units, yes. We don't mean to brag though, you know. Welcome, Prof. Kunene.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues, and our students. Let me also greet especially the Dean of the Faculty and also her executives, and also all the other delegates who are attending this workshop online as well as here live. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our keynote speakers. I have here Ambassador Xolelwa Mlumbi-Peter, who's just been announced that he's also available, and also Prof. Ahil Sokal. Thank you for being here, and also Mr. Kwanele. I think they were already introduced before. I just like to also thank them for availing themselves and taking their time to join us in this workshop. I can say that on behalf of my Vice Chancellor, Professor Xoliswa Mthose, it is with great pleasure and a deep sense of honor that I welcome you all to this pivotal workshop on the African Continental Free Trade Area. They also abbreviated as Afcfta, Building Economic Resilience in Post-COVID-19 Africa Through Trade Agreements. And we'd like to thank Prof. Tiwari has given us a very detailed background on the workshop and what is happening at large. So today we are gathered as advocates of a shared vision, one that envisions a prosperous, integrated, and resilient African economy. The theme of the workshop is both timely and critical as we navigate the unprecedented challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and seize the opportunities that lie ahead. As also Prof. have given us a good background on what were the effects of the COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused significant turmoil in global economy, with Africa being particularly affected. The COVID-19 pandemic impacted the continent in several ways, including economic contraction, employment and livelihoods, disruption in trade and supply chains, public finance, and healthcare systems, among others. As we may all be aware, many countries experienced huge contraction in their gross domestic product due to the lockdowns, reduced consumer spending, and halted industrial activities, while several others entered recession for the first time in decades, with overall economic output shrinking considerably. According to the African Development Bank and World Bank report, Africa's GDP contracted by an estimated or reduced 2.1% in 2020, the worst recession in more than 25 years. Public finances were also negatively affected as cash receipts of taxes decreased by 106 billion from 1,356 billion in 2019-2020 to 1,250 billion in 2020-2021. This was mainly due to decrease in taxes from individual income tax and goods and services, and taxes collected from corporations and other enterprises. Furthermore, taxes paid by individuals and value-added tax declined by 41 billion and 16 billion respectively due to job losses, lower earnings for many who were employed, and generally lower levels of economic activity. However, despite these challenges, the African Continental Trade Area, Continental Free Trade Area offers a transformative opportunity, as the Prof has also mentioned here in details, for the continent to enhance economic resilience by diversifying their exports, promoting entrepreneurship, reduce vulnerabilities, accelerate growth, attract foreign direct investment, and promote sustainable development. This crisis also underscores the importance of economic resilience and the need for robust regional cooperation. As the world's largest free trade area, the African Continental Free Trade As the largest free trade area, the need for robust This crisis has also underscored the importance of economic resilience and the need for robust regional cooperation. As the world's largest free trade area, the Afcfta provides a framework for African nations to boost trade, drive economic growth, and alleviate the pandemic's economic impacts. It is also an important step forward towards achieving economic unity across our continent. Through the creation of a single market for goods and services, intra-African trade can be accelerated, economic growth can be boosted, and sustainable development can be fostered. It is anticipated that the agreement is fully implemented. Millions of people will be lifted out of poverty. Countless jobs will be created, and Africa will have a chance to grow economically on its own. For example, it is expected that Trade Pact has the potential to lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty, but it will depend on implementing significant policy reforms and trade facilitation measures. The Afcfta offers us a strategic framework to not only recover, but to rebuild stronger and more interconnected economies. Through enhanced trade agreements, we can ensure that our recovery is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient against future shocks. The challenge is a way forward. We understand that implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area comes with numerous challenges, which include inadequate infrastructure, which Prof was also mentioned as the basis for discussion on how it can work. Non-traffic barriers, economic disparities, political instability, and governance issues, among others. This implies that for us to achieve the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area, there is a need for collective efforts in terms of developing the infrastructure, harmonizing policies, building capacities, and building political commitment, both at the national and regional levels. It is important to note that stable political environments are also essential for the successful implementation of the Afcfta. Hence, both national and regional governments must show strong political will and commitment to the trade agreement by creating a conducive atmosphere for trade and investment to thrive. Partner countries as well will need to strengthen institutions and add major security issues in certain regions which can disrupt trade routes and affect overall trade stability. Other major issues around deficient transportation and logistic networks, unreliable energy supply, and inefficient custom procedures should be addressed to enhance cross-border trade. Investing in robust transport networks, including roads, railways, and ports, is crucial for facilitating the smooth movement of goods and services across borders. Furthermore, enhanced logistics can significantly reduce trade costs and time, making African markets more competitive. So you definitely can see how much work do we have ahead in making sure that we get the Afcfta effective. So in these next 2 days, we will be engaging on this insightful discussion and also sharing those innovative ideas and also develop the strategies to harness the full potential of this Afcfta. So, and of course, Prof. Tuare has also given all those 5 objectives that will be discussed in this workshop. And also our esteemed keynote speakers who bring wealth of knowledge and experience will guide us through the complexities and opportunities of this transformative trade agreement. Also, let us keep in mind that our collective efforts and collaborations are important to the successful implementation of the Afcfta. Through our collective effort, the Afcfta can indeed unlock unprecedented opportunities for growth and development across Africa. So in conclusion, I'll encourage each one of you to actively participate and also engage in fruitful dialogues and forge partnerships that will drive this agenda forward. And let us harness the power of the Afcfta to build a resilient and prosperous Africa, where trade and cooperation pave the way to a brighter future. I would like to also congratulate and also send my gratitude to the Dean of the Faculty of Commerce Administration of Law, Professor Trailing, and her team. And of course, special thanks to Prof. Tuare as the lead organizer for putting together such an important dialogue and organizing this workshop, of course. So thank you very much and wish the successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kunene. In the meantime, while we try and get Ambassador Xolelwa Mlumbi Peter online, and we want to say thank you to Professor Kunene. We thank you for your words of wisdom and blessing this workshop. While we do that, Prof. Tiwari said that I need to say a few jokes. Now, I am not a funny person by nature, if you know me. So I had to consult the funniest person I know, and that is Professor Iyer. So I've always taken the mickey out of economics. Even in class, I tell my students, okay, so you're studying something that did not predict the 2008 recession. And I do challenge them, and then I even challenge them, go and tell Prof. Cass what I said. So I've always been doing this to economics, all in good fun though. And let's see, Professor Iyer suggested these jokes. So he's the one to actually look at if they are funny or not. Okay, here goes. On the first day, God created the sun. In response, the devil created sunburn. On the second day, God created man and woman. In response, the devil created marriage. On the third day, God created an economist. This was a tough one for the devil. So tough, but in the end, and after a lot of thought, he created a second economist. Not too good, Prof. Iyer. How many do you know that economists have predicted 9 out of the last 5 recessions? So what does it say? What does it say about economists? And really, if you want to really know about economists, if they asked about the next significant economic event, say if they asked about the next recession, they will tell you that in the next 3 to 5 years or beyond, or sometimes, or maybe before, there will likely be an event or series of events which may precipitate conditions that may or may not result in a recession or recession-like event based on input data that varies depending on macroeconomic factors which constantly change and are unpredictable. We foresee that the result of this event could or may possibly have dire consequences for the global economy, with markets reacting negatively to the fallout from this event or series of events, especially if this event is a recession or recession-like event. So what we are saying is that this cannot be good, therefore it is bad. Unless this event or series of events does not take place, then this is what we think good. That is an economist for you. All right. Yes, Ambassador Mlumbi Peter, is she online? Ambassador, are you there? Are you with us?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Ah,
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much, and sorry for being so late, and also sorry for the lame jokes. That is courtesy of Professor Iyer. Ambassador Mlumbi Peter, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate that you took your time to address us. We're impressed by your humility and the fact that you want to share your wisdom with us. I just want to give you, before Ambassador that you speak, I need to give your bio so that people know who you are. And I don't know if we can see you in person.
For some reason, Chair, I'm struggling with my camera, but as long as I'm audible, I guess we can proceed.
Okay, excellent. All right, thank you, Ambassador. All right, just to give you a bio of Ambassador Xolelwa Mlumbi Peter. She has a BCom honors degree in economics from Rhodes University. She's even got a qualification from Harvard University, something I've been dreaming of. A leadership course in women in Africa from Yale. Talk about Ivy League universities. A mediation course from the Center for Effective Dispute Resolution from London. So you can see she's widely accomplished. Ambassador Xolelwa Mlumbi-Peter has served as South Africa's Chief Negotiator and Deputy Director General in the International Trade and Economic Development Division of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition from 2011 to 2019, right? This entailed the development and implementation of trade, intellectual property rights, and investment policy. She has led South Africa's trade negotiations with various partners, including the European Union, UK, and Mercosur, I'm not sure about that. At the regional and African continental level, this included leading trade negotiations, bilateral and regional trade engagement in the Southern Africa Customs Union, South Africa Development Community, which is SADC, the tripartite free trade area negotiations between East African Community, Common Markets for East and Southern Africa, and SADC, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. She has also led negotiations on behalf of South Africa in a number of multilateral platforms, such as the G20, BRICS, and the Commonwealth. She was appointed South Africa's permanent representation to the World Trade Organization from May 2019 to October 2023. As ambassador to the WTO, she led all South Africa's efforts and negotiating positions in the WTO, including the negotiation on TRIPS waiver during the COVID-19 pandemic. She was also a strong advocate of the development agenda in the WTO on all issues under negotiations. She returned back to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition since October 2023 to assume her responsibilities at DDG, responsible for the trade branch. There's so much of stuff in terms of accomplishments. She is very, very celebrated in terms and very accomplished person. We are very lucky that she is addressing this workshop. Ambassador Xolelwa Mlumbi-Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the introductions. Let me start by greeting the Faculty Dean, Professor Lorraine Kweling, the leadership and management of the University of Zululand, ambassadors and representatives from the Diplomatic Corps, delegates from higher learning institutions, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me extend my sincere appreciation to the University of Zululand for inviting me to address this important conference. As has been said before, having this conference is quite timely given the developments in the African Continental Free Trade area. Let me start by maybe framing the conversation around the global developments in terms of international trade and why the Afcfta is important, not just for South Africa, but broadly for the sustainable development of the continent. We'll be aware that the global economy has undergone unusual crisis and volatility over the past years, from COVID-19 to geopolitical conflicts, the wars, climate change, food security crisis, to name just but a few. And these have had disproportionate impact on developing countries, including African countries. We have also seen a rise in debt vulnerabilities of developing countries, and this has been happening for multiple years. And while the global economy has shown resilience and growth, this has been at a slowing pace. In order to address the poly crisis, the number of policy responses that have been implemented by the major powers to promote resilience. This includes the rebirth of industrial policy, and you'd be aware that South Africa has been the major driver of industrial policy. And at the time, it was seen as something that is awkward, that we're selecting winners in the economy, and we should just leave the market to do what it needs to do. There's no place for industrial policy. But now, with the polycrisis, we see major powers, including the US, the European Union, also implementing aggressively their industrial policy. We've also seen countries implementing strategic autonomy or national security measures. We've also seen friendshoring or nearshoring, where countries are deciding to bring closer the value chains when it comes to production. And what we have also seen is an increase in unilateralism as well as protectionism. And this is leading to a heightened risk of fragmentation of the global trading system. And some countries believe that the World Trade Organization rules are not fit for purpose, and there have been increasing calls, both from developed as well as developing countries, that we need to rebalance the global trade rules to provide policy space, especially for industrialization, but also to respond to the multiplicity of crises that we see, including the effects of climate change. The hyper-connected global economy, characterized by deep trade links, has made the world more vulnerable to shocks, but also more resilient to them when they strike. For African countries, we've recognized that because we were carved up into small economies during colonialization, 55 small economies to be precise, we remain extremely vulnerable to global shocks. As a result, for us, building resilience does not necessarily mean unwinding trade integration, but it means enhancing global cooperation. And we are worried and concerned about the increasing fragmentation that we see when it comes to global trade. We also believe that it necessitates a delicate balance between enabling countries to have the necessary policy space to respond to national priorities on the one hand, and to enhance integration and cooperation in key areas to enable the development of supply chains and an integrated market on the other hand. It is for this reason that African states decided to adopt a developmental regionalism approach to trade integration under the Afcfta. This aims to ensure that we promote inclusive economic growth and development that benefits all African countries. The Afcfta has thus been designed as a catalyst for economic integration through the creation of a single market based on a development integration model that combines market integration through the Afcfta with regional industrialization as well as infrastructure development to improve intra-connectivity. We also recognize that we are, as African countries at various levels of development, and that as you reduce tariffs through the implementation of the Afcfta, a number of countries may struggle to get the necessary government revenue to implement social programs. As a result, there has been an agreement to establish an Afcfta adjustment fund to address the impact of the reduction of tariffs, which can have a significant impact, especially for the smaller economies that rely on tariffs for government revenue. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of the current environment of geopolitical competition and the continued economic uncertainties, as well as growing protectionist measures that are implemented, especially by major powers who are our key markets as African countries, it is imperative that African economic integration agenda be fast-tracked and accelerated so that we can create an integrated market that can unlock development across the continent. We therefore believe that the Afcfta is an apt platform for economic transformation and development of Africa, and it aims to put the continent on a sustainable development path so that we are able to achieve our developmental objectives, not only for South Africa, but also for the continent at large. African countries are increasingly connected into the global value chains, and this is not something that is contested. However, if we look closely at the global value chains, we are connected at the lower end of the value chain as suppliers of raw materials and other low-value manufactured outputs. Therefore, cooperation is needed between African countries so that we are able to improve the competitiveness of our industries and ensure that we are able to advance a transformative industrialization agenda in the continent through the development of value chains, and also ensure that African countries can obtain a fairer share of the value that can be derived from our endowments, including the commodities that we have, as well as our labor. Therefore, boosting intra-Africa trade is critical for us, and it requires that also we address the issues around lack of interconnectivity and the infrastructure gaps that exist in the continent. And this relates both to hard infrastructure, as has been referred by the speaker just before me, such as ports, roads, and railways, as well as soft infrastructure, such as customs procedures at borders, including port efficiencies, as well as reductions in roadblocks along major transport routes. And I must say, though, that there has been significant progress in this regard, both in terms of implementation of hard infrastructure, but also soft infrastructure. Of course, the gaps are still there, and there's a huge infrastructure gap that requires a lot of investment by African countries to close that gap. Trade facilitation initiatives have been implemented both within regional economic communities, but also among regional communities. And we've also seen infrastructure corridors that have been implemented so that we can promote greater interconnectivity among African countries. And I will refer to the Lobito corridor and the North-South corridors that have assisted to ensure efficient movement of goods and services across the continent. We therefore believe that the Afcfta provides a conducive platform to propel the continent to a great economic leap forward. Africa is the second fastest growing region in the world after Asia. It has enormous reserves of natural resources, 60% of unused arable agricultural land, a young and growing population, and a growing middle class, coupled with improvements in both the political as well as economic governance frameworks. The Afcfta will therefore create the policy environment to leverage the resource endowments that exist in the continent to drive the socio-economic transformation and improve the welfare of Africans. However, it is going to be critical, and now there is a scramble for Africa again in the context of the green economy, because Africa possesses a number of the critical minerals that are required to drive green industrialization. It's going to be important that we use the Afcfta as a platform where we can promote greater cooperation among African countries to see how we can leverage these critical minerals, ensure local source processing of those minerals in Africa, and also create regional value chains in Africa so that we can, again, as I've indicated before, capture a greater value of these minerals in the continent rather than to export them raw for job creation elsewhere. And this is going to be important if we are to address the fact that Africa's global trade footprint remains marginal at less than 3% of global trade. Importantly, African economies remain locked in production patterns confined to the extractive sector with minimal value addition. Hence the point I've made before about also not only the critical minerals, but broadly our mineral endowments. Africa's contribution to global manufacturing is also quite low. It stands at around 2%, placing it at the bottom of the global value chain. This disparity is evident in the trade imbalance, where we end up importing more value-added and manufactured goods. And this accounts for 62% of total imports by Africa are manufactured goods. The Afcfta, therefore, if implemented well, and if it is complemented by cooperation on industrial development as well as infrastructure development, it promises to be a catalyst for facilitating the beneficiation and processing of Africa's raw materials and support value-added manufacturing, including building regional value chains. If we look at the overarching aim of the agreement, it's about addressing some of the constraints that keep the continent underdeveloped. Africa's vulnerabilities and limited participation in the global economy and trade are indicative of its traditional reliance on the export of raw materials and commodities and imports of value-added products. The recent global financial and economic crisis, starting with the one in 2008, and of course, the various shocks that we have seen, including the COVID-19 pandemic, have exposed the vulnerability of the continent as a result of over-reliance on imports. The Continental Afcfta is the means of achieving the AU's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, which is about an economically integrated and prosperous continent. And the Afcfta is a comprehensive agreement that aims to build a large and integrated African market and covers broad areas of economic activity, including trade in goods, trade in services. It also aims to facilitate intra-Africa investments, and we have negotiated and concluded the negotiations on the investment protocol to achieve this objective. We also have aspects related to cooperation when it comes to intellectual property rights, which are going to be quite critical if we're looking at issues of digitalization, issues of climate change and green industrialization, issues of Africa building its own capabilities when it comes to pharmaceutical products so that we don't have to rely on imports. Currently, 99% of our medical needs are met by imports. This is not sustainable. It's important that we produce our own vaccines. It's important that we produce our own therapeutics as well as diagnostics so that we are able to address the disease burden that is facing the continent. So we really need to learn from the experience of COVID-19 and look at how we can build our own capabilities so that Africa is able to meet its own needs through its own production. We also have elements related to cooperation on competition policy, which is going to be quite critical because mostly we see a lot of multinational companies that are capturing a lot of our markets with serious issues of anti-competitive behavior. So it's going to be important that both within the continent, but also dealing with anti-competitive behaviors arising from elsewhere, that there is a framework for the continent to do this. So there is a protocol on competition as well. The Afcfta also includes elements around inclusion. And there is a protocol on women and youth in trade that also ensures that we are able to promote the participation of women and youth in intra-Africa trade and to deal with specific issues and barriers that are required to facilitate their participation in intra-Africa trade, which could also assist women and youth to also participate in global trade using the Afcfta platform as a spin-off for that. Importantly, there is also a protocol on digital trade that aims to ensure that we provide and use the Afcfta as a platform to promote intra-Africa trade in digital products, and also promote the development of African digital platforms. So we are currently busy negotiating the annexes that will ensure that at the heart of the digital trade protocol, it's about really unlocking the huge potential that exists when it comes to digital trade that can also spur future growth for the continent. The agreement also establishes rules and procedures for the settlement of disputes between countries. And this is important because as we trade with each other, there will be trade disputes, either countries that are not adhering to their commitments under the agreement, and we need to find a depoliticized mechanism to address those disputes. So there is a mechanism to address, therefore, the trade disputes. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the continent's full potential will remain unfulfilled unless we address the challenges of poor infrastructure, small and fragmented markets, underdeveloped production structures, as well as inadequate economic diversification. The core objective of the Afcfta is therefore to shift the continent. It's really an economic transformation agreement that aims to change the structure of African countries and move it away from the current growth path that is based on minerals and commodities to a production path that is really relying more on sustainable industrial development that leverages the resources that we have, whether human technology or whether it's the commodity endowments that we have, so that we have a continent that is able to capture a greater value in terms of global trade and improve from the current 3% contribution that the continent has. The benefits of the Afcfta to African countries are therefore vast because it also creates a single set of rules for trade, which can assist in terms of promoting predictability in trade, but also improve the value proposition of the continent as an investment destination. It therefore provides legal certainty for traders and investors through the harmonization of trade regimes, and the rules that are agreed under the Afcfta provide exporters and investors that are located in the continent the legal certainty and predictability in terms of how they can access the huge trade opportunities that exist. It is therefore a strong signal to the international investor community that Africa is open for business based on a single rule book for trade across the continent. Importantly, members have ensured that the adopted rules of origin that underpin the preferential access that countries and traders will be able to get out of the Afcfta are supportive of trade as well as regional integration, also support industrialization and foster the development of regional value chains. So we have a percentage of local content that must be produced in the continent for a product to be able to get a preferential access. And it is important in terms of promoting localization. It is also important in terms of incentivizing investments in key manufacturing capabilities of the continent, but also it ensures that we are able to, through the Afcfta, encourage the sourcing of raw materials and inputs from each other in the continent rather than to import elsewhere. And as I said, the Afcfta is based on a developmental integration agenda, where there are specific challenges, where countries are still not in a position to meet the rules of origin because of their level of development, but also existing capabilities that are still nascent. There are flexibilities that have been agreed in terms of the rules of origin. However, those flexibilities are time-bound, so that, of course, we give the space for the countries to be able to build their own capabilities. But importantly, we want a long-term agenda that promotes real production and investments in the continent in terms of manufacturing processes. So it is in that regard that, yes, there are flexibilities, but with a view to ensure that all of us ultimately meet the requisite rules of origin, so that at the end of the day, we ensure that the Afcfta really promotes sustainable development of the continent. The Afcfta also offers huge opportunities for South Africa to expand the export base beyond the traditional markets. For South Africa, because we've had preferential trade agreements, both in SACU as well as the Southern Africa Customs Union, and also through the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, most of our trade with the continent is through SADC countries. So what the Afcfta does is to give South African traders preferential access to markets in the continent that are beyond SADC. If we look at our trade with the continent has increased and has been on a growing trajectory. In 2019, our trade was 343 billion rands, and this increased in 2023 to 547 billion rands. Notably, SADC remained, as I said, a key trading partner for South Africa, accounting for 84% of that trade with the rest of the continent. And of course, our key trading partners in the continent remain Botswana, Mozambique, Namibia, Zambia, as well as Zimbabwe. So, as I said, the Afcfta therefore creates exposure of our traders to new preferential markets in East Africa, Central Africa, West Africa, as well as North Africa. So it really unlocks the African market in significant ways. We have realized that the only way to build resilience is to ensure that the country leverages the trade agreements that we have to export manufactured products and to move up the value chain. So the African market is therefore very important to South African manufactured goods as well as services, so that we build a resilient economy. African countries were the destination of 22.8% of South Africa's global exports in 2021 to 2022. And importantly, 59.9% of South Africa's exports to the rest of Africa were manufactured products, compared to 32.7% of our exports to the rest of the world. So you can see that in terms of job creation, in terms of boosting our manufacturing capability, in terms of broader economic growth, the African market is a significant market because we export more value-added products to the continent compared to our trade with the rest of the world. We have therefore, if I look at now the progress that we have made under the Afcfta, we have launched preferential trade under the Afcfta on 31 January 2024, and we noted this or signified this by exporting our first shipment of goods under the Afcfta at the Durban port, and the first shipment was to Ghana as well as Kenya. And it was goods by Grinding Media South Africa as well as DeFi. And the products that were included in that shipment included manufactured products, again, which signifies the importance of the African market for our manufactured exports. The products were fridges, home appliances, mining equipment, to name but a few. And these are the products that are important in terms of job creation in South Africa, but also, as I said, building a resilient economy in terms of Africa producing its own products and its own value-added products. The Afcfta has therefore been implemented in a manner that broadens integration. And again, in terms of creating resilience, we have been careful not to disrupt existing integration under the existing regional economic communities. So what the Afcfta does is not to reopen the preferential access that South Africa has under Southern African Customs Union or under the Southern Africa Development Community. What it does is to build on existing preferential access that we have with each other through the various regional economic communities, and therefore allows in the case of South Africa and SACU countries, because we're a customs union and negotiate as one. In the case of South Africa, therefore, as I said, it allows us new market access opportunities in markets beyond SADC. And so far, we have new market access that is real and can be tapped on in terms of Algeria, Cameroon, Egypt, Morocco, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, and Tunisia. A number of countries are still finalizing their own legal processes to implement the Afcfta. And once they have concluded those internal legal processes and have incorporated their tariff offers into their customs acts, so that when traders send their products across the border, the customs officials know which duty should apply, or if it is duty-free, then ensure that there's no duty that would apply to a product. Therefore, all of those internal legal processes must be concluded. And as soon as countries conclude their own internal legal processes, we'll continue to add their names into our Customs Act so that we are able to now trade under preferential terms under the Afcfta. The COVID-19 outbreak gave rise to a myriad of disruptions to global supply chains. And one of the instructive lessons gleaned from the crisis is that economic resilience is critical. And given that many African countries do not have the means to cushion themselves against the resultant economic deviations or devastations, it's important that we build our own industrial capabilities, but also look at diversifying our supply chains. And the continent, through the Afcfta, is part of South Africa's diversification strategy to ensure that we are able to also tap into new markets that exist in the continent. Therefore, it is important to look at how we continue to build on the capabilities that we have leveraging the Afcfta, but also build the regional value chains, because we can see that other countries are implementing, whether it's America First strategy, China, India also have their own strategies. The EU is also talking about strategic autonomy. So it's important to also, as Africa, ensure that we have an Africa strategy that would really spur building of capabilities, industrial capabilities in the continent. Chair, let me conclude by saying the Afcfta is a significant step integrating the African market, and it must be implemented in a manner that supports inclusive growth. And I've demonstrated how this is inherent in terms of how the Afcfta is designed, including through the Women and Youth in Trade protocol, but also through a number of protocols, whether it's investment, competition, IP that we have. And the whole point of the Afcfta is part of our broader development strategy to ensure that we are able to change the structure of African economies away from producers of primary products to producers of manufactured products, so that we can promote sustainable development, promote diversification, and also ensure that Africa is able to move up the value chain. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador, I don't know if you are pressed for time, or would you accept questions?
I can accept questions.
Okay. Questions. This was a very riveting speech. It has laid bare the intricacies of the the African Free Trade Agreement, African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It has picked apart the bones. It has shown us the value of it, South Africa's role. I think it was a very in-depth analysis of the agreement. There's so much to be said. Preferential trade for South Africa. How does the rest of Africa feel about that? Balance of trade. Is there any, like, for example, we have supplier development programs in South Africa. Do we have capacitation programs for SMEs? All of those things. I'm sure there are burning questions out there. Can I have, yes, Prof, you may come to the podium and just ask the question. Okay, let's see.
Thank you, ma'am, for speaking out some of the crucial issues. I feel vindicated before I even present my talk by listening to you. So some of the things that you said certainly helps in many ways to put things into context with respect to the issues, infrastructure issues, both in Africa and in South Africa. So my question to you would be, to what extent do you think South Africa, as well as the African continent, could reorientate itself towards development in order to reduce the overconcentration of people in the big cities, number one, and to rebuild rural economies in order to make people more productive and independent of imports of food? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that question. I think it's going to be very important to look at this. As I said, Africa has 60% of arable land. So we have a significant untapped opportunity. Also important, yes, while we complain that the WTO rules, especially when it comes to trade in agriculture and the agreement on agriculture, when it comes to rural development, there are no constraints to how countries can support rural development. So there is no limit in terms of the WTO, in terms of how a country can support rural development. Of course, the challenge we have is limited fiscal space. So what will be important is to look at how, as a country, we can work with local government, in fact, all spheres of government can work to unlock the rural economy, because this is the only way that you can stop people from coming to the cities. And we see a lot of pressure on the infrastructure in cities because people are flocking to the cities for economic opportunities. It also requires that we look at how, also as a country, but also broadly as a continent, it comes back to the issue of infrastructure and connectivity, because if rural areas are well connected and people are able to produce and get their products efficiently to the market, then there is a huge opportunity for people to see opportunities in rural areas. I know that the Department of Agriculture has been looking into what is called a public stock holding program. What this program does, of course, it requires huge resources, and as I indicated, there are fiscal constraints in terms of how much we can pump as a government to support, rural agricultural development. However, if we were to be able to implement a public stock holding program, what it does is would be able to ensure that government, through creating public stocks for food, will create a readily available market, which will create a demand pull factor for production in rural areas. Of course, it requires, I guess, also under the Government of National Unity, for us to look at how do we unlock rural agriculture in a way that can really spare food production in South Africa, but also broadly in the continent. There are, of course, in terms of opportunities here under the Afcfta, agricultural trade is one of the low-hanging fruits, because most products or most African countries would be able to produce in terms of agriculture. But the biggest challenge relates to the ability of some of the countries to meet the standards, because you can't just allow trade in agriculture. You have what we call sanitary and phytosanitary standards or measures that need to be adhered to ensure that we are not able to transmit diseases across borders. So there is a need, if we are to unlock agricultural trade in the continent, for greater cooperation and capacity building when it comes to understanding the SPS measures and also the requirements of each country. And there is a process to try and harmonize those standards. So I do believe that these are some of the tools that could be used to really unlock rural agricultural development and ensure that we are able to spare agricultural production in the continent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. We've got questions that are online. I'm going to see if I can unmute. Is it Dr. Kome? Okay, unmute.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've typed them. You could read them.
You can actually voice them now.
Okay, thank you. I thank the Ambassador for this very interesting presentation. I would like to get your thoughts, ma'am, on just 2 points. The role of BRICS in this, especially in the context of intense geopolitical contestation between the West, the EU, the US on the one side, China and Russia on the other side, also in the context of the ongoing war in Ukraine. And then furthermore, since you are at the WTO, what are African governments doing? What can they do to intervene in the operations of the WTO, which, like the Bretton Woods institutions, have been accused, and I think with significant evidence, of marginalizing or undermining the non-hegemonic economies such as in Africa. We remember when the Nigerian lady Okonjo-Iweala assumed leadership, there were actually rumors that she might step down because of the way she perceived the operations to disadvantage African countries. One example was during the COVID patent debate, where it was reported that Okonjo-Iweala hoped that the urgency and the criticality of that situation would have allowed negotiations in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kome. Ambassador?
In terms of the role of BRICS, of course, I think the geopolitical tensions mean that we have to look at how we position ourselves as Africa in a way that works to our own benefit. And I think the role that has been played by the African countries, including in the Russia-Ukraine war, also shows the strategic posture that Africa needs to take on issues of global affairs and issues of global governance. The way I see BRICS in terms of supporting African integration as well as the Afcfta, in fact, all partners that we have, I think we really need to pursue an investment-led trade strategy, because the biggest challenge that we have in the continent is that we are mainly exporters of primary products. So we really need to find a way of boosting our manufacturing capabilities. This requires that we mobilize inward investments into Africa, into the productive sector. So it will be important that we have strategic engagements with BRICS countries to see how we can facilitate that investment-led trade strategy, where we are able to really boost and promote local processing of whether it's the raw materials, but also boost, manufacturing capabilities. So that will be my response in terms of the role of BRICS. I think from a trade perspective, of course, there is a lot of interest from not only some of the BRICS countries in terms of negotiating trade agreements, so trade liberalization agreements or preferential access agreements with African countries now that we have an Afcfta, because they see it as a foothold to access, the broader integrated market. I think we have to be very careful as African countries in terms of negotiating too soon especially with countries that are very competitive compared to Africa, negotiating too soon preferential access agreements, because then we would undercut the opportunity of using and leveraging the Afcfta to really boost intra-Africa trade, but also implement the Afcfta in a manner that spurs industrial development as well as infrastructure connectivity. Another area BRICS can play a role, and I see that a number of countries are playing a role here, is infrastructure development. So again, mobilizing investments to close those infrastructure gaps. I think the BRICS countries can play a role there. In terms of the WTO and what it can do for African countries and what we are doing as African countries to really change these institutions in a way that creates benefits for us, I think there is a window of opportunity here. There's a discussion in the WTO around how to reform the institution. Of course, there is no common objective on what reform would mean. Some want a reform that would effectively create or lead to more disciplines that will constrain policy space in terms of industrial subsidies, the role of state-owned enterprises in the economy, because, of course, they are worried about how China has leveraged some of those for its own development and what it has managed to achieve in a short space of time in terms of assisting it to be the second biggest economy in the world after joining the WTO. For us as African countries, as I said at the beginning, we do believe that we need to rebalance the trade roles. Because we have identified a number of agreements that constrain Africa's policy space to industrialize. For example, we have the Trade-Related Investment Measures Agreement, what is called the TRIMS, that restricts how you can leverage investment to promote local manufacturing through local content requirements. So we've identified that agreement and certain provisions in that agreement as constraining our ability to use local content requirements to really ensure that we boost manufacturing. In fact, what we are seeing now is under the Inflation Reduction Act, the US is using unilaterally and taking that space unilaterally to impose local content requirements when it comes to electric vehicles, battery manufacturing, and so forth. So we are saying if it is good for the goose, it's good for the gander. So all that policy space must be given to African countries. Of course, unfortunately, we are not the US. We cannot unilaterally take it because we do have preferential access agreements, unilateral under AGOA, for example, where if we do anything that the US feels it harms their own investment and trade agreements, this can be used, against, African countries. So we're saying there's a need for a multilateral framework that gives the policy space to all of us to be able to really boost our own capabilities. And the Africa Group has made specific proposals into the WTO to that effect. So those discussions are taking place. And I think we have a window of opportunity in that the next ministerial conference, the 14th ministerial conference, will be held in Cameroon. And we must ensure that there's a strong development agenda and development dimension that comes out of MC14 in Cameroon that really advances the interests of Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that comprehensive answer. I see there's Marvelous Ngundu with his hand up. Sir, may you ask your question? Okay. Okay, it's not there anymore. Anybody on the floor who have a question? Professor Kasram. Wait for the mic.
Ambassador, thank you for a scintillating, profound presentation. I was very excited to hear about the plans for the involvement of women and youth in the intra-regional trade sector. Given that in the next century, over the next century, 20% of the workforce will come from Africa. I was hoping to hear something about intra-African universities' involvement in training our next generation of leaders. So meaning universities in Africa working together to develop the skills that are needed in the African context. Is there any plans in the AU or in SADC, etc., to develop such engagements? Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Kasram. Ambassador.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, there is cooperation under the education sector. Ministers that are responsible for education also meet in their own platforms to look into this. But I do think that probably we have not done it well, and there may be scope here to have a conversation with institutions of higher learning to also look at how do we develop in the context of trade, industrial development, the relevant skills that would assist to really drive the Africa agenda and to achieve Agenda 2063. So I think the connections have not been done well. I would really admit that. So I do think that we probably need to have a conversation and see how we can do this. I don't think we are doing it in a more coordinated way. Of course, there are pockets of it, true, as I said, ministers who are responsible for either skills development or education, but not in a way that creates those cross-cutting or identifies the cross-cutting issues that also relate to trade. So an important gap. I thank the professor for raising that.
Thank you, Ambassador. If there are no further questions, last final question, Dr. Maduku. Who wants, Prof. Khairul, who? I think it's one hand. Who's saying? Yeah, unmute. Mr. Ngundu or Dr. Ngundu. You may unmute. You may ask your question, sir.
Maybe connectivity as well.
There may be. Dr. Ngundu, are you there? Right. Unfortunately, there are connectivity issues. Yeah, Dr. Ngundu, please type in your question. We will ask the ambassador. Okay, one final question. Dr. Maduku.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Was very solid. I hope if our politicians also in the continent will be solid as you so. I just have one quick question. I was impressed when you mentioned that the first shipment under the Afcfta was in 2024, which means probably there's progress in terms of countries opening up to the agreements of bringing the movement of goods. But I just worried about the constraints in the fiscal space of member countries in Africa. Most member countries, they rely mostly on duties and taxes
to fund their budgets. So how do we deal with that constraint of fiscal spaces of member countries with this freedom of movement of goods and people? How do we deal with that challenge of member countries relying on duties and taxes, but at the same time want to open up our countries for goods to move freely and for people to move freely? Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Matuku. In terms of that, I think we did realize that that would be a significant constraint towards the implementation of the Afcfta. So there has been an adjustment fund that has been created, and we are looking into financing of that through especially some of the trading partners contributing, but also African private sector contributing into that, so that as countries start to implement and the shocks start to come in terms of budgets, then there is a buffer that is created. But of course, there will never be sufficient resources, financial resources to close that gap. What is important is to really work hard on a sustainable mechanism through the development of value chains. Because if we are able to ensure that we unlock all the constraints that stop us from trading with each other, and for countries to see real benefits in terms of the implementation of the Afcfta, because if we are trading with each other, then more resources will come in the form of either taxes rather than tariff revenue. So it's important to look at how do we promote the value chains and promote productive capacity. And the aim is not only to use the big powers like South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt to be the major beneficiaries. They need to also ensure that we assist the smaller countries to also unlock their own development. Hence, we have complemented the Afcfta with the investment protocol that is not only about trade, but also about intra-Africa investments. And the aim is to really encourage our private sector not only to look at manufacturing capabilities only in South Africa, but of course also invest in others' economies in terms of at least ensuring that they are able to move up the value chain. In fact, ministers have identified 6 sectors where we can start to really lock in these value chains: autos, agro-processing, clothing and textile. I just forgot the other 2. So there are specific sectors that have been identified where we are now working, deliberately to ensure that we are able to look at, and there are studies that are undertaken by the Afcfta Secretariat to map the productive capacity in these sectors and to look at where the productive capacity is located. Also analyze where we are importing, especially inputs into the manufacturing capabilities. Where are we importing, and where is the potential for Africa to produce those inputs, so that we again unlock more intra-Africa trade, so that on a sustainable basis, you are able to create real benefits for all African countries. Otherwise, if you only have a few winners in terms of the implementation of the Afcfta, then we are going to see a lot of pushbacks in countries not implementing their commitments under the Afcfta. So we really have to make it truly beneficial to everyone, hence the developmental approach that has been adopted. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Ambassador. And thank you, Dr. Matuku, for that question. Sorry? There's a question in chat, okay? Let's just let this be the final question. Okay. Marvelous and Gundu to everyone. What is your take on the open border policy and its implication on African free trade agenda? Please, with a question mark. How can the How can the South-South relations be capitalized to speed the implementation of African Free Trade Agenda? Ambassador.
Well, in terms of the Afcfta, it really promotes trade in goods and services. And part of the services is also business services. So, of course, it's going to require that we find mechanisms to promote movement of business persons. Because it's a free trade agreement, we're not talking about free movement of people broadly, but business persons. To ensure that they are able, especially if we're talking about intra-Africa investments, you'll need to find a mechanism of facilitating that. So the work on trade and services is looking into that under what we call in trade speak mode 4. So all of that negotiations are currently underway to ensure that the Afcfta is as comprehensive as possible. But also important is to look at, as I've indicated, the need to improve the efficiencies at the borders through the trade facilitation program, where both from a digital perspective, our customs systems are able to speak to each other so that we can facilitate trade as much as possible and avoid the delays at borders. So all of that work is happening in terms of unlocking the free trade. I just forgot the last question that was asked.
How can the South-South relations be capitalized on to speed the implementation of the African Free Trade Agreement?
Well, in terms of South-South, as I indicated in the context of BRICS, I think we really need to mobilize the participation and contribution of countries of the South through an investment-led trade strategy. Investments into the productive sector, investments into infrastructure development. And this is really what will ensure that we address the issues around interconnectivity. So that is the biggest opportunity that we need to look at. And of course, if investors from countries of the South invest in the continent, then they are able to meet the rules of origin, and in that way, they are able to take advantage of the integrated market in the continent that consists of 1.4 billion people, which is really equivalent to the market of India, market of China. So that is really the way, hence we are calling it an investment-led trade strategy. Through investments, then they would be able to access the Afcfta market. Otherwise, if we do it the other way in terms of negotiating free trade agreements with countries of the South, as I've indicated, the risk is that we may end up undercutting the benefits of the Afcfta among Africans to rather other third parties benefiting more from the Afcfta than ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think she deserves a hearty round of applause, don't you think? Ambassador, you know what a pity is that we're having our conference, our international conference, in a few weeks' time. And if we knew that you were such a wealth of knowledge and information, we would have invited you as a keynote speaker. Would you have come?
I would have come to.
Well, we'll keep you in mind for next year. It's an annual event. We'll definitely keep you in mind for next year. And thank you so much for taking your time out and your contribution for knowledge generation, tertiary education development. I think it must be applauded. And it's keeping you humble. I mean, although you are such a very decorated person in terms of education, your experience, but you still took time out to impart your knowledge. And I think really we should give you another round of applause and say thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day and in the rest of your Mandela Day as well.
Thank you, and all the best to you too.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues and delegates, we have the next speaker. I don't know if Professor Tiwari wants to introduce him, or should I introduce him? Okay. Okay. Mr. Cornelia first. Okay. You know, with Mr. Mkwanazi, there is no bio, but I can tell you his bio. I taught him at 3rd level. He is one of our students, our products. I taught him at 3rd level. I don't know if he's still begrudging me about the distinction he's supposed to get. He was a student that pushed the boundaries of what is possible. He was the Enactus chair. President, sorry, my mistake, president of Enactus. And during that time, Enactus did very well. He was a student that you could see is going places. And today he is in a place. He is the Director of Export Development and Support at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We are very proud that he has reached the stage, and we also envious that he's probably getting paid more than us now. Mr. Cornelia Mkwanazi, the floor is yours. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. my former lecturer for strategic marketing. When I saw this man, I was reminded that he's the man who taught me the art of war. And he was very passionate about that book. And there was an assignment linked to it. Till this day, I still owe the feedback to that assignment. But I must appreciate this opportunity for being invited. And thank you, Prof. Diwari and the rest of the executive management of the university. I'm very happy when I'm speaking now because I've just spoken. The DDG has literally spoken everything I was meant to also highlight on. So my task will be very, very limited because I will be speaking about how do we take what she has said from a South African context and be able to action it from an export development perspective. How do we support our emerging exporters so that they could leverage on the export on the Afcfta. So it's nice to come back in your university and contribute like this because there were times where there was a lot that was expected from you as a student. And I've seen here, Prof, my lecturers, Mr. Mchengo and Tengaisha as well. And it was almost like deja vu because I was reminded of all, you know, the behavior and the outstanding work that is still, you know, at play at the present moment. But I was very happy because I think coming back to actually, you know, to be part of this think tank and contribute particularly from our respective responsibilities that have been entrusted, you know, to be able to say, how do we actually grow our economy? How do we leverage on the existing piece of opportunities and instruments that the Afcfta presents? And the ambassador has really laid a foundation for which I will be skipping a lot of some of the slides because I really want to start looking into how do we ensure that the exporters are supported to access these opportunities? And what we are doing, and there was a question around what we are doing as government. And I think what we are doing as a South African government obviously will translate into what other emerging economies in African continents should be doing to be able to support their exports. So I just will be highlighting a little bit. I'm very well aware that everyone knows what the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition is all about. But essentially our mandate is to ensure that we are supporting trade. We are a leader in terms of trade policy, in terms of economic growth in the country, and importantly, in terms of upgrading our industries and ensuring that we diversify so as to give an opportunity to infant industries to be able to be as competitive as possible in the market as well. And I think the opportunity presented by the Afcfta is important, particularly in supporting those that are emerging in exports. So the trade branch of the department essentially lays a foundation for us to start working. Go in robust engagement, negotiate trade agreements, be able to put in mechanisms in place to ensure that we are able to effectively trade under those particular ones. But we are the ones that are supposed to essentially ensure that we make good use of such enabling provisions and pieces of frameworks that are aimed at supporting businesses to be able to strive. So that's the vision. So in South Africa, we've got a vision 2030 that sees us aggressively increasing and expanding on our exports by 6%. And that is a very ambitious target because there's quite a lot that is involved in that particular process. So we have a vision of seeing South Africa from a globally competitive base, directed by the best practice trade and industrial policy and sector development strategy, seeing South Africa as being able to be a major player in industry, but also just diversifying from our historical, traditional markets, and being able to look at opportunities in other markets, so that we could be able to create a strong export community and just ensure that the export culture amongst all small businesses is really promoted and developed. I think the previous speakers have really laid out also the foundation in terms of what the Afcfta is aiming to do, really ensuring that the playing field is even for all the parties that are involved, so that they can be able to use their competitive advantage to trade with one another. Essentially, that's what it is. And we've got a huge advantage. I mean, a lot of the speakers have highlighted how revolutionary this trade agreement is, considering that it is a first of its nature in terms of the size of the countries that are participating to ever been actually negotiated. And I think that is important. It's an advantage because it assists emerging markets as well to be able to start looking at opportunities for expansion in very critical, or rather in very markets that present opportunities. And I think where we are now, we should recall the reality. The reality is very damning. It looks at the top 11 countries being, China, the United States, your Germany markets, and the like. Those countries exporting substantially more than the rest of the world. And you look at the small pie that Africa is actually contributing to the global world trade. That picture is not a very good picture to look, but there is a potential in this market, infant market. The United Nations looks at us and says there's a huge potential. In fact, we are sitting on a 3 trillion market as Africa. considering all the opportunities, the livelihood assets that exist in Africa that are really untapped at the present moment, it should be explored at a level of regional integration. And I think this is very important because there is a pressure for us to do that. We look at the growing economy, the growing population of Africa. We look at also the challenges that we are facing on poverty. And how do we ensure that we bring the standard of living of our people, particularly those. I think that's the main discussion that when we've put in, we've been very diplomatic about this piece of enabling instrument. How do we boil it down to, small businesses that started yesterday, operating somewhere in the township, and how do we ensure that those effectively start contributing? And I think this picture, it helps as a reality check to see where we ought to go. The colleagues have also spoken about how much of a potential Africa is and how we haven't been servicing this potential of intra-Africa trade. Well, I think Prof. Tiwari also spoke about the decline in the stagnation that we have experienced over the past few years. But the positives around this is that when you look at these African countries, 22 of these African countries, they count other African countries as their main exporter. Five of them count it as their second economy. And we are seeing that there is a lot of opportunities, particularly for exporting value-added products as opposed to the commodities that are currently exported, because that is what we are doing. We are trading with the rest of the world, raw commodity, raw material that is not processed. So now the African continent trade, the regional trade promotes a much more of a value-added kind of production in terms of the support that or rather the trade that currently exists. This is a potential in growing this market quite steadily. Now, when you look at the benefits associated with this, I think it's been highlighted that other than just the tariff, there are also non-tariff barriers that are important in terms of ensuring that we facilitate trade effectively. We ensure that our infrastructure, our borders, our custom processes are streamlined to ensure that they promote that level of ease in doing business with other African countries. But overall, it needs to be profitable for these small businesses so that ultimately they can begin to start engaging in terms of opportunities, particularly though, extending their businesses through also looking at the communities that they are operating around so that they could extend employment opportunities in order to service whatever demand would have been created by this opportunity. We've tried to really look in terms of the small businesses that we are currently operating and the opportunities and the benefits for these emerging exporters. I think we've highlighted, amongst others, that the support or the Afcfta has got that advantage of boosting investment, allowing the SMMEs to be able to also establish assembly companies in other African countries so that they could be able to provide a much more competitive and affordable products to the selected market, but also the opportunities in terms of advancing technological development, expanding employment, and ensure that they're enabling other African owned businesses to be able to enter into new markets and broaden their clientele so that they are able to really expand in their markets. These are just amongst other benefits associated with our ambitions to gain access into a much more broader African market. Now, as a department and as a country, we have an export strategy that looks at the vision that we have for 2030. And I think there's been a lot of discussion around also China's, the steady growth that China experienced, particularly after they joined the WTO. while there's been a lot of also ethical issues posed by the China economy, had a very good strategy in terms of, in fact, they launched a Made in China 2025 as a strategy, an export-oriented export strategy, an export-oriented economic growth strategy. And I think that was significant, while obviously still have to consider other issues that we've cited on ethical conduct of China and the likes. But this is where we see ourselves also as South Africa, strategically looking at opportunities for us to be able to diversify products, the markets, and the supply through growing our export growth. And I think the ambassador highlighted our ambitions as a country, and the strategies that we are now starting to utilize sees us concentrating on these 4 pillars, which is the improving South Africa's enabling environment and building an international competitive environment, increasing the demand through market prioritization, diversification, and access. And number 3, which is increase exporter capacity, strengthening the exporter performance through the National Exporter Development Program, which really is a program I want to focus on because it has a lot of opportunities for businesses as well as emerging exporters that want to start servicing the African market. Really, the NEDP is put in place by our integrated export strategies department that I've cited, and looks at opportunities to support companies to be able to be export ready so that they can be able to grow their export, enter new market, produce new products that will be competitive in the market, and ensure that these effective resources are available, or we mobilize their support so that they could be able to grow their respective businesses. So we're not only focusing on the new guys, the startups, or rather those that are first-time exporters, but we look at how do we assist those that are already in the journey of export in terms of developing their exports. How do we ensure that those that have already started, we support them in terms of expanding and retaining them, so that we are able to look at the needs that they might have to further support their development for growth. So when we look at exports, we look at how do we transform a domestic company to be a global exporter. And obviously for us, there's quite a series of steps that are involved in the process. This is significant because it informs also some of our programs that we are running as a department, where we provide opportunities for them to explore different markets, be aware, start to be export ready, and start exploring in more practical terms those particular markets by even traveling to those markets and doing market-related research to better understand the market that they want to venture into. So the program that we are running promotes the export culture. It says that when you are starting your business, you should already be starting to think about, obviously we are promoting more of production-driven businesses that have got much more of a value add in terms of their production. How do I start thinking about strategically markets that I can be able to export to in the future? And we're doing this through a series of awareness sessions, outreach to different communities, and recognizing those players that have really stood up and started playing much more active in the chain of exports. We also provide a much more of a hand-holding support in terms of export. We've got an export help desk that really supports. How do I start trading under the Afcfta, for instance? What are the steps that I need to follow? And who is available? What programs are available to support my business? And I think that is important base for businesses to start really interacting with that type of information so that they could see. Essentially, some of the business, the exposure is important so that they can decide whether they are ready for export for export opportunities. But if they are not aware, they will not be able to take advantage of those. And obviously, capacity building programs. We've got a flagship program called the Export Passport Program. Really, we say passport because at the end of that particular program, we essentially issue a passport to a business saying that you are now ready to start exporting because of how involved, how rigorous the program is and intense in terms of giving you the step-by-step guides, the coaching, creating an export strategy and marketing strategy to then get into those. We also support from a leadership perspective, industry bodies and export council that are established in different sectors of our economy, where the members form this membership-based institution referred to as export councils, obviously supported through the department and under our export branch to promote exports to different markets across the globe. And I think this is important because we're talking about industry players that if they know exactly where the demand for their product is, but might have limitation in terms of the resources. So they're putting in place that particular program then assist us in supporting them. We've identified that for an emerging exporters, there are three main challenges that they are experiencing, which is the institutional support, which is the access to market, and finance, access to finance. Access to market, the market is there. Yes, the Afcfta is put in place, but how do I start getting into different countries that are already participating in the Afcfta so that we could start looking at opportunities, obviously building some of the programs to support that strategically so that they are able to start venturing into. We are beginning to also look much more favorably in terms of how do we effectively support businesses that they've went into this market, now they came back and they're starting to have some kind of business prospects and orders already started to come in, be it in terms of productivity improvement, in terms of servicing those particular orders, working capital that they might require. We are beginning to look at how using some of our DTIC agencies we could streamline those particular their processes so that they can be able to support these institutions. I think this is very important because our support in terms of supporting exporters shouldn't only focus on one element or one pillar, but it should consider all the aspects in the export value chain when they are sourcing their inputs, when they during the production processes, when they are conducting export marketing, ensuring that they are compliant to standard customs and relative regulation in very complex markets. So I think that is very significant. So all of this support is then provided because it is streamlined to support particularly a small business that has got aspirations to start exporting. Now, I've indicated that while we've been looking at the market side only, we're beginning to start looking at the entire export value chain so that we could look at and really segment phases for which the exporter might need some kind of intervention. We've got a number of incentives that are available. And I want to just highlight the export promotion cluster ones, which is an instrument called the Export Marketing and Investment Assistant, as well as the sector-specific assistance scheme that are essentially availed to emerging exporters as well as institutions supporting exports to be able to start promoting exports in different markets. So in terms of that EMEA program, we support your trade shows across the country. So we identify a list of trade shows for which the emerging exporters or exporters will be supported to travel. We're also supporting a number of outward buying mission and inward buying investment missions from different countries. And we begin just a few weeks ago, there was another one for the energy sector. Consisting of African business buyers that have got an interest in the South African market and are considering. Really, this is because of one of the principles of the Afcfta, and the intention is that there must be that mutual beneficial support that is provided, meaning we cannot always be looking into other countries coming, taking our product, but we should be looking at how do we also reciprocate that kind of treatment to other countries as well in the African continent. And I think this program this support is important to support those that want to really start. Our sector specific is informed by what I think a lot of you would have heard, master plans, sector master plans. Really, sector master plans geared at supporting key sectors that are critical for our export ambitions and endeavors. And this program then supports institutions that are aimed at promoting export, particularly in those particular sectors, and providing them with matching grants, supporting in exhibitions and marketing related support. Now, I think I highlighted also in terms of the basic necessities or basic steps that one ought to follow. And I think as the most important one would be a market research into the market that they want to start venturing into, and understanding the complexities of those particular markets. And I think what has been highlighted here is that the Afcfta is attempting to ensure that we are creating that fair balance between all the players in different markets in the African continent, and having a thorough understanding of the relevant processes relating to trading with those particular countries become very significant for any business that want to start venturing into, and just understanding the intricate details and the complexities that come with exporting general is very important for any business. And the good thing is that we do then provide the necessary support as the department to support those businesses that want to start their export endeavors. Just highlighted some of the opportunities presented by the sector master plans, because the sector master plans are important because they articulate prioritized results and impact in relatively short 5-year period. And they have an action plan in terms of how do we aggressively grow those particular sectors so that they become much more competitive, and that we start really producing value from those particular ones, instead of just our traditional ways of trade, which is just exporting raw materials and commodities that are not really processed and value added. As I close, I also felt it's important just to highlight some of the sectors that we've earmarked in our industrial policy as sectors that are critical for our growth, and sectors that businesses that want to start exporting should start looking and considering. There's been a lot of discussion around regional value chains. There is a lot of programs and projects that are actually aimed at supporting a regional value chain. Some of them would be launched by the minister in the next few months to come, once they've been finalized. Once just felt that it's important just to put those resources in terms of supporting or assisting those that might want to have an engagement with SARS in terms of the process of registration. Obviously, we then have a program in place to really support comprehensively the needs of an emerging exporter that want to start exporting in different markets. So, having said all of this, this is positioning us as an export-orientated economy, while a lot of work is still at play, but a lot has been achieved towards that particular level. And we will be doing this in the next few months ensuring that we strengthen our local industries, ensuring that we enhance South Africa's competitiveness, streamlining our export processes so that it creates ease in doing business with African countries, and lowering the trade barriers through a lot of mechanisms to be put in place. But most importantly, providing financial and technical support to exporters so that they can be able to really start servicing this market that has got a huge potential towards growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mkunazi. I see your presentation skills. How much would I give you out of 100? Well done. Colleagues and delegates, I'm eating a sweet now, so I may sound a bit. Hold your questions for Mr. Mkunazi. We have time pressures, especially with Ambassador Suklal, who needs to leave. So what we will do, we'll ask him to present, and keep your questions for Mr. Mkunazi. We will ask them thereafter. Ambassador Suklal. I can skip it. Okay, great. Excellent. But anyway, you've been introduced many times before, Ambassador. So those of you who remember, he is widely accomplished. Thank you.
I'm still at large. Thank you, Chair. Prof. Kreling, Prof. Dev Tiwari, and University of Zululand, and to all of you. Thank you for giving me this privilege to be part of your conference. I'm sorry I'm a bit rushed because I have engagements in Durban at 2 p.m. I did say to the organizers I needed to leave by 12 noon. I will try and be as brief as possible. I think you had a good basis to start this conference and contextualizing the free trade agreement. But coming from a historical background, I think it's important for us to go and take a few steps back before we look at the Continental Free Trade Agreement and its implications for Africa, including South Africa. I think I've deliberately titled my paper, Is it Africa's Opportunity to just... Is this on automatic mode here? Someone with technical expertise. What I'm saying is that it's important to ask ourselves certain honest questions about where Africa is today, including South Africa, why we are where we are, and should we be where we are. We come from one of the largest geographical mass in the world, the African continent, 54 sovereign countries, one still undecided in terms of its sovereignty. We are a rich continent in many senses, not just in terms of its resources, in terms of its people, in terms of its ancient civilization and culture and what it has bequeathed to the global community. We have all of these. And yet, in 2024, we find ourselves at the bottom of the pyramid. And we have been there for a long time. Now, there have been various factors that have contributed to this, external and many of our own making. If you look at the recent history of Africa, and I think this is important in order to contextualize where we are today and look at the free trade agreement, we have been one of the most ravaged continents in terms of colonialism, in terms of slavery, in terms of imperialism, apartheid, racism, you name it. All has been assaulted on to this specific continent, more so than any other geographical mass in the world today. And I think it's important to understand this ravaged history of our continent in terms of understanding the challenges we face. Now, I've had the privilege of going to Gorée Island and Cape Castle in Ghana and Senegal, respectively, and see exactly what the slave trade was about. If you ever get the opportunity, please visit these two. If you want to understand African history, it's important to visit these two historical sites in order to understand what slavery and colonialism did to our people, to our countries, and to our continent, and why we still suffer the consequences of those episodes today. Now, is this Continental Free Trade Agreement an opportunity for Africa to shine? We are not yet shining. That's a reality. We're not in darkness anymore. We are an independent continent. We are all sovereign states. But there are dark clouds hovering over Africa today. And there are some rays of sunshine starting to penetrate these dark clouds so that the African elephant can start thundering and making its presence felt throughout the world. And we are at that point. What we do with this opportunity is, of course, left to us. We have to be the authors of our future. We don't have to let outside factors determine our future. But we do need outside partners. We are not an island that lives in isolation. We are part of the global community. We are interlinked, interconnected in this global village. But first and foremost, we need to step forward before we have outside partners holding our hands in partnership as equals, taking us forward. Now, of course, why is this not moving? Do you have a remote? Now, if you look at another factor that we need to take into account, I mean, I've juxtaposed these two covers of The Economist. The first one, The Hopeless Continent, is from 13th May 2000. The Economist of 13th May 2000, Africa was featured as the hopeless continent. The second is of December 2011, Africa Rising. What happened between 2000 and 2011 that this very influential global magazine portrayed Africa in two different faces. Firstly, the hopeless continent. Now, I've spoken about the devastation of colonialism, slavery, and so forth and so forth. But also equally important to remember is the Berlin Conference of 1884. The Berlin Conference of 1884 was the gathering of all of the colonial powers to determine the borders of Africa. And it is those borders that determine the shape of African countries. And I think we very often forget that. And those borders are intact up to today. The only alteration that we have seen, major alteration, is that of Sudan, when South Sudan was separated from Sudan and we've created two states. For the rest, it's by and large intact. Borders determining the shape of African countries by the colonial powers and dividing it between themselves with the full participation of the USA. And I think this is an important aspect of our history to understand. And in order to also understand the ongoing intrastate conflicts that we have in Africa today, where peoples were divided just by drawing a line. I mean, if you look at Namibia, one straight line coming down, where do you see borders like that? This is how, and various other parts of the continent. Now, I think if you look at the attempts that have been made to address Africa's challenges, we've had a number of blueprints over the years, starting with what I think Prof. Tiwari referred to earlier on. This thing doesn't seem to. Okay. Let me start with this quote. I think this is a very apt quote, because one of the things we have to also appreciate, and this, it's important, this conference opened on Mandela Day, because he was a Pan-Africanist. He had a vision for the continent, like the founding fathers and mothers of our continent. And I think this comes from a speech delivered by Kwame Nkrumah on the independence of Ghana in 1957. This is what he stated. Unite we must without necessarily sacrificing our sovereignty. We can forge a political union based on defense, foreign affairs, and diplomacy, and a common citizenship, an African currency, a monetary zone, a central bank. We must unite in order to achieve the final liberation of our continent. Now, I think this is a very important statement made by one of the founding fathers of the African continent, who had a vision not just for his country, as he was celebrating Ghana becoming an independent sovereign nation, but his vision was for the whole of Africa, very much like that of Madiba. As much as Madiba and the liberation movements fought for our own liberation, it was not just about South Africa. It was the liberation of the continent, because it was not just us freeing ourselves from the yoke of apartheid. The continent was still under what we call neo-colonial rule in many senses. Now, when the OAU was founded, and this is also important to understand, when it was founded in 1963, there were only 32 sovereign states in the African continent. The others were still under colonial rule. And this is not long ago. It's at least in my lifetime. This is the history of our continent. Just 32 of the 54 states were free independent states. Our population was 305 million. The average economic growth between 1963 and 2022 has been 3.5%. And when we created the African Union here in Durban in 2002, 53 member states joined. Morocco didn't become part of it because of the issues around Sahrawi. And the population had grown almost more than double to 805 million by the time we created the African Union. Now, we spoke of the Lagos Plan of Action for Economic Development adopted in 1980, a 20-year vision. It was an OAU-backed plan to increase Africa's self-sufficiency, aimed to maximize Africa's links with the West by maximizing Africa's own resources. Africa's economic crisis on the structural adjustment programs of the World Bank and IMF, and vulnerability of African economies to worldwide economic shocks, all had an impact for us to unveil our own economic plan, the Lagos Plan of Action. Now, look at the current free trade agreement and look at what was said in 1980. Nothing very different, nothing very different. Some 40 years ago, food and agriculture, industry, natural resources, human resource development, industrialization, S&T, transport, communication, you name it. All of these issues are central to the Afcfta that we have just entered into. Way back in 1980, we identified this plan of action and put it into effect over a 20-year period. Did we achieve it? Did we even achieve 20% of this vision? I don't have to answer that. Then in 1991, we put forward the Abuja Treaty, which entered into force in 1994. When it entered into force on 12 May 1994, we were not yet a sovereign state. We were just going into elections. So we didn't become a signatory to this. We only became a signatory in 1997 to the Abuja Treaty. Now, the objective was to establish the African Economic Community as the answer to addressing Africa's economic woes. Exactly the same objective that we have now for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And look at all of the 6 principal stages that's mentioned here: establishment and strengthening of RECs. Well, at least we have our RECs. The strength of the RECs varies. Some are more consolidated and more prosperous and successful, while others are dormant. The Arab Maghreb Union, for example, or CENSAT, Central Africa. These are by and large defunct RECs, unlike SADC or ECOWAS or COMESA. Even if you look at what is the state of ECOWAS today, with the recent coups that has taken place in West Africa, 3 of the states have pulled out of ECOWAS. ECOWAS was one of the more well-organized and well-functioning RECs. So even our RECs are having major challenges as it exists today. We are fortunate SADC is by and large one of the well-performing, RECs, we have the SADC Free Trade Agreement. Elimination of tariff and non-tariff barriers, that is what we are talking about in the Continental Free Trade Agreement. That was there already in 1991. Inter-REC Free Trade and Custom Union, that's still a dream, part of what we are trying to talk about. We've been talking about customs union. African Common Market, Pan-African Monetary Economic Union, these were all there some few decades back. The point I'm trying to make is that we find ourselves at the point in history where we have now the Continental Free Trade Agreement. But we had a forerunner to it. This did not come out of a vacuum. There have been various iterations of initiatives and policy documents that we've adopted, agreements that we have adopted, that we have not been able to implement. And this is the question we have to ask ourselves: where did it go wrong? What were the challenges? And how can we ensure that the free trade agreement doesn't have the same pitfall that these previous agreements have had? The approach was a staggered approach, integration first at REC level, but as I said, there's challenges there as well, eventually merged to form the African Economic Community. Now, of course, then we had the New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD. And I was recently asking this question to some of my colleagues at DTI that came to present to us on our refresher course for those going out on mission to embassies. And I asked them, what guarantee do we have? NEPAD is over 20 years old. 20 years old. And how far have we succeeded in implementing the vision of NEPAD? How do we ensure that the fate of the Abuja Treaty, the Lagos Plan of Action, and NEPAD is still alive, but not in terms of where we should be after 2 decades? That the Continental Free Trade Agreement doesn't have the same fate, given all of these other major, well-planned, well-thought-out initiatives addressing all of the fault lines of our continent. And I don't think we have an answer for that yet. Now, of course, you know, NEPAD, I know this history very well because I was part of the process that led to NEPAD. NEPAD came about in 2000 at the OAU summit. A decision was taken that Africa needs assistance from its global partners in order to address its developmental challenge, its economic growth, and so forth. The OAU decision of 2000 tasked 3 presidents, President Bouteflika of Algeria, Mbeki of South Africa, and Obasanjo of Nigeria, to go and engage the G8. That time it was still the G8, Russia was still part of it. To go and speak about Africa's development and the need for the developed world, and the G8 being the chief engine of the developed world to assist Africa, like they did in the case of Europe after the devastation of the Second World War. They had developed the Marshall Plan for the regeneration of Europe. It wasn't easy. We tried to get that meeting. I was part of the team because I was responsible for Asia, and the summit was taking place in Okinawa in 2000. We engaged the Japanese and other G8 members, and they said, no, we have never engaged with entities outside the G8. It's all about the 8 of us. We haven't had discussions. So it was Africa that kept knocking the door. Eventually they agreed. So the first time G8 had an outreach was with Africa, and Africa forced it. Today, your G7, when they meet, they must have an outreach. The recent summit that took place, now you had an outreach. But Africa started that outreach. The 3 presidents met with the G8 at the Okinawa summit and put forward Africa's case for a partnership in addressing Africa's developmental challenges. They told the presidents, you go back and come back with a blueprint. You tell us what you want. So NEPAD was the first blueprint designed and thought of by Africans themselves in terms of addressing Africa's problems. So they said, you go and develop a Marshall Plan for Africa. And this is how NEPAD developed, right? It started with these 3 presidents. They were the chief drivers of this process. Much later, we had, of course, President Wade of Senegal. He started his own parallel exercise. You know, this is the tragedy of Africa. Here you have an OAU mandated group of presidents, engaged, positive outcome, and yet Senegal starts on another path. He started his Omega plan. Eventually, they invited him in because he thought he was on the same level as Bouteflika Mbeki and Obasanjo. He saw himself as a major intellectual and that he could design a blueprint for Africa by himself, and the rest of Africa must adopt. But they indulged him, and that was merged and what became NEPAD. Now, if you look at where NEPAD is today, as I said, we're far from what we set out to achieve. But again, all of these issues identified under NEPAD is issues that were going to be repeated in the Continental Free Trade Agreement. But before I come to that, and because of lack of time, I haven't included here Agenda 2063. We adopted Agenda 2063 in 2013. Agenda 2063 has 20 goals, 7 aspirations, and 15 flagship projects. Now, one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063 is creating the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So that is the first of the 15 flagship projects that has materialized under what we adopted under Agenda 2063. Now remember, Agenda 2063 is a 50-year plan, the Africa we want by 2063. We have already gone past the first 10 years of that. 2014 to 2023 was the first 10-year plan of action. Now let's see how we have done on that. In that first 10-year plan of action, 11 countries were able to implement 50% or more of the 20 goals. Only 11 countries, 50% or more. 10 countries were able to implement 30% or less of the goals. And where do you think South Africa ranks in that? As the largest leading economy of the continent, where do you think we rank in that? Can you guess? Win the 50%, right? No, you know your country very well. Our implementation rate is 22% in the first 10 years of the program. Now I'm saying this to show you that yes, as Africans, we have excellent policies. We agree on what needs to be done. We know what is wrong. We have done a diagnostic analysis. We have prescribed the medicine, but something is still not gelling in terms of where we should be. Now, Agenda 2063, the next 10-year plan of action, 2024 to 2033, has set an ambitious target that at least 50% of African countries must be middle-income countries by 2033. Now, as you know, there are 46 LDCs in the world today. 46 LDCs. Of that, I think 36 are from Africa. And we've set this ambitious target that by 2033, at least 50% of Africa must be middle-income countries. Now, at the current time, only about 11 African countries fall into that category. So it means a dramatic shift of gear in achieving that goal. And it is possible. It is possible if we do things right. Now, coming to the Continental Free Trade Agreement, you have heard 2 speakers. They have elaborated on the details of it. I'm not going to go into that part of it. You've heard about the potential in terms of what it means for Africa to raise export to the rest of the world by 32% by 2035, lift 70 million, well, some said 30 million, but figures vary, up to 70 million out of abject poverty, boost Africa's income by 450 billion. That's a gain of plus 7%. Increase Africa's export by around 600 billion. Increase intra-African trade from its current 16% to over 30%. Some predict that it can go up to 35%. Now, if you look at inter-Africa trade, pre-COVID, it had reached almost 20%. It then fell to about 14%. It's now about 16 to, figures vary, 16 to 18%. Now, if you look at other regions in the world, European Union, over 60% trade between themselves. ASEAN, Southeast Asia, close to 60%. The Americas, 45% plus. Why are we so low in terms of inter-African trade? because we trade outside the continent and not within ourselves. But there are factors that contribute to that. Rise of wages by 11.2% for women and 9.5% for men. Infrastructure funding gap. Now, we need between 130 to 170 billion. Current funding gap is 68 to 108 billion. Some put it as even higher than that in terms of addressing our infrastructure gap. 34% of the population have access to electricity, only 34%. Only 43% of African roads are tarred. And of that 43%, 30% are in South Africa. Now that will give you an idea of some of the major challenges we have in ensuring the success of the manufacturing. Currently only contributes 10% to African GDP. And as we said, in terms of manufacturing, we only contribute to 2% of global manufacturing. Africa's GDP, as was pointed out, 3.1%. Global GDP in 2023 was $105 trillion US dollars. $105 trillion US dollars. The country with the largest GDP, again, there's been a reversal of order. We fell into third place shortly. Nigeria and Egypt had overtaken us. But as of last year, we are again the largest economy in Africa. But our GDP is 380 billion rands, 380 billion rands, right? Out of 105 trillion, 105 trillion. But that shows us the distance we have to travel. How do we use ICT and digital trades? Africa accounts for less than 10% of global e-commerce. I mean, less than 3% of global e-commerce today. That will give you an idea of how much of catching up we need to do. And the focus on how do we utilize the fourth industrial revolution, new technologies in terms of advancing our growth. The MSME sector. 10 years ago, we created Department of Small Business Development in 2014. But that department is almost unseen and unheard because we don't resource it properly and we don't give enough attention. If you look at all of the major multinationals, whether it's in Europe, whether in Asia, they started off as family business. Your Gucci's and your Louis Vuitton and all were all family businesses. They didn't start as multinationals, they started as family businesses and have today become global multinationals. Same if you look at Tata and Mahindra in India, these were family businesses. Throughout Asia, you have the same experience, but we don't give this sector the attention it needs. And yet, in nearly most of the developing world, the engine of economic growth started from the MSME sector. And this is something that we need to give greater attention to. Of course, I don't have to speak with red tape. We all experience it. Yeah, I mean, you try and go to Home Affairs and get a document. You know what the challenge is. I'm just using that as a very mundane example. But we created one-stop shops in South Africa for the ease of doing business and fast tracking. You don't even hear of these one-stop shops anymore. It was launched with much fanfare. Much fanfare. Today, you don't even know if this one-stop shop exists. We've got the demographic dividend. Africa has the youngest population in the world. 70% of sub-Saharan Africa is under 30 years old. This is an asset, but it can become a liability. Because if you look at South Africa, and this is true, South Africa is just a microcosm of the macrocosm that is Africa. We have a major problem of youth unemployment. We are not capacitating our youth. We're not providing opportunities for our youth. We are not giving them fit-for-purpose education. Education must be fit for purpose to address the needs of the economy. And that's part of our challenges in terms of ensuring that this demographic dividend become a major, powerful, positive force for the African continent. And if that's not addressed, we're sitting on a time bomb. Mainstreaming women into the economy. Women are either unemployed, underemployed, or vulnerably employed. For every 100 male employed, there are 76 females. We need to right-size this. We need to ensure that women have an equal say in the workplace and are gainfully employed just as men are. without discrepancy in salaries or opportunities. This is a problem in South Africa. It's a problem throughout the African continent that must be addressed. Now we set silencing the guns 2020. That was Agenda 2063. One of the aspirations was silencing the guns by 2020. 2020 has come and gone. Have the guns been silenced? Now, in order for us to have the Continental Free Trade Agreement reaching its true potential, you have to create an enabling environment. In an environment of conflict, be it civil conflict, interstate conflict, or whatever type of terrorism, whatever, that we have throughout many parts of our continent, you are not going to create the environment to do trade, to attract investments. Global investment flow last year, 2023, was $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. Right? There was a slight drop from the previous year. What do you think Africa's share of global investment was? Do you have an idea? It was about 3%. $48 billion out of $1.3 trillion. So we are not yet an attractive destination for foreign direct investment, including South Africa, You had Minister of DTI presenting his budget statement in Parliament 2 days ago, and some of the opposition parties were very scathing, saying that we have been told by previous ministers that billions and billions are flowing into the country. Where's these billions? Where's those billions? Right. So I'm saying that as long as we don't address comprehensively the issues of peace and security on the continent, it's going to be a major, major impediment. Vasu Gownden, who's head of ECOD, this think tank that's based here in Umhlanga, came to present as a paper. They do a lot of work in Africa. And I asked him the question, what will be the impact on the peace and security situation on the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, right? And you have people like Grasa Marcel, Obasanjo serving on the board of ECON. He told me this free trade agreement will not bear the results that we expect if you don't address peace and security on the continent. You're not going to bring in investors. Economic growth is sidelined. Funds that should be dedicated to development and economic growth and addressing poverty is pumped into weapons, buying arms and ammunition that could more gainfully be directed towards addressing the challenges of creating an environment of attracting investment and making Africa an attractive destination. Now, this is what we said when we adopted Agenda 2063 on the 50th anniversary of the OAU-AU, an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena, because that is what we have the capacity to become. We have all of the ingredients. Right? You know, last night the TV in my room was troubling. So I called reception and I said, can you send someone to come and sort it out? So a gentleman came, he started talking to me, asked me, what do you do? I said, no, I'm a diplomat. He said, oh, you fly around the world. I said, yeah, that's my job. So I asked him, where are you from? He says, I'm from Toyandu. And I asked him, then he asked me, he says, you work in government. Why is our country doing so poorly? Why are we not growing? You know, for the past 15 years, South Africa's average growth rate was 1.5% for the past 15 years. Our growth rate this year, according to IMF, even National Treasury, is going to be 0.9%. Our growth rate for next year is going to be 1.2%. The growth rate for sub-Saharan Africa this year is 3.8%, for next year 4%. For emerging market developing economies, the growth rate this year is 4.2%, and it's expected to be in the same region next year. So amongst BRICS countries, we have the lowest growth rate. And my colleagues always ask me, why are we at the bottom of the pyramid? because we are such a richly endowed country, like the continent. We have vast resources. We have excellent human capital. We have the best infrastructure. I'm just not talking just of roads and railways and ports. I'm talking also of ICT infrastructure. Much of it also is being neglected. If you come to Durban Port, I live on the seafront, and every day I normally go jogging. I count the ships. Anand also walks that route. I do it out of practice. How many ships are waiting outside the port? And on average, you'll count between 15 to 20 ships. That I can see. Those that are beyond my sight, maybe more. That's why when President Ramaphosa came to the port about 2 or 3 months ago and appointed a special committee to address. This was the leading port of the African continent. We've lost that space now. We're no more the leading port on the African continent. And yet we are so strategically placed. Which other country, and this is one of the things Agenda 2063 also addresses, the ocean economy. We launched with great fanfare Operation Pakisa in 2013, the ocean economy. Do you hear of it today, Operation Pakisa? It was launched with such fanfare that by 2030, the ocean economy will contribute about 7% of our GDP from the current 2.5% that it was. Why? We've got two oceans. We're so fortunate. Atlantic Ocean on one side, Indian Ocean on the other side. And what do we do with the strategic positioning? We had 5 laboratories under Operation Pakisa, addressing all of the potential, including shipbuilding and so forth. And where is that today? So we come up with fantastic policies, right, that has so much of potential. We launch it with great fanfare, and then we never hear of it thereafter. So I'm saying, I'm not being pessimistic. This Continental Free Trade Agreement can be a game changer for the African continent. Last year, intra-African trade grew by 18%, largely fueled by the implementation of the Free Trade Agreement. So it shows that the potential is there. But for this Free Trade Agreement to fully realize its potential and to dramatically change the face of Africa and uplift the masses that are still in poverty and underdevelopment, this can be the key. I mean, of the 19 most unequal countries in the world, 10 are in Africa, and South Africa is amongst that. You saw the recent World Report. Let me get this right. 0.01% of South Africa's population, 3,500 individuals, own 15% of our wealth. 0.01%, no, 0.1% owns 25% of South Africa's wealth, 6,000 people. 6,000 South Africans own quarter of the wealth in this country. Now, this is 10% of sub-Saharan Africa owns 85% of sub-Saharan Africa's wealth. So when we are talking about addressing poverty and inequality, it's also addressing this issue where we have one of the most unequal societies in the world. And this is also not just true for South Africa, it's also a challenge for the African continent as a whole. There is enough, as I said, wealth in this continent, but this wealth is just flowing out of the continent. One of the things the Free Trade Agreement tries to address is ensuring that we bring manufacturing into our continent and not just shipping out goods. I mean, our trade, as was pointed out by the previous speaker, total trade with Africa, 545 billion rands. That's small. Our total trade with Asia last year was 1.1 billion, almost double that, right? It should be the other way around. If you look at all of the other regions, right, your major trade is within your region. So we need to grow this trade significantly. 83% of our trade with Africa is in SADC. It's the major part of our trade is in SADC. We haven't, just 17% is with the rest of Africa. That's a small, that we need to penetrate and look at opportunities there. But part of the challenge, again, if you look at the South African companies that are invested in the rest of Africa, it is the very same companies that have a monopoly here. That is not percolating to new businesses and giving opportunities to young entrepreneurs and Black businesses that need to grow, and also make sure that it's a reflection of the demography of our country. We are very far from that. And that is why you see that you have this major, major challenge, that we have political freedom, but not economic freedom. We have political, and I'm not saying this just for South Africa, we have political freedom in Africa. We have 54 sovereign states. But do we have economic freedom of the continent? Our economy is still controlled by the outside. But this Continental Free Trade Agreement, if we get our story right, has the potential to dramatically change the face of the African continent and get Africa to occupy its rightful place in the global community of nations. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me just end with this saying by Kofi Annan, one of the African leaders I really admired and I believe made Africa feel proud when he was Secretary General. Africa can no longer be a bystander as decisions are made about its future. Whether it is to do with the global trade regime, regulating international finance, or tackling climate change. And African countries should have fair representation on the decision-making bodies of intergovernmental organizations such as the Security Council and the G20. It took 18 G20 summits, 18 summits for Africa, the African Union, to become a full member of the G20 at the summit last year in India. Yet, when G20 was transformed from a ministerial meeting to a summit-level meeting in 2008 after the global financial crisis, the European Union had its seat there, the only regional organization sitting on the high table. It took 18 summits later for Africa to get its seat there. But that's progress. And I think that's something to celebrate. If you, at the high table, your voice is heard, your presence is made. And I think that's another game changer for Africa. But what do we do with our seat at the G20 table? Because your G20 is your most powerful grouping of countries that determine what happens in terms of the global economy, in terms of global politics. And this was what Kofi Annan said in 2011. It's come to finally materialize in 2023. Security Council, a continent of over 1.4 billion, 54 countries. We're not anywhere near getting into a reformed Security Council. But that is something I believe as a continent, Africa cannot be marginalized anymore. Africa is a force, but the type of force and how powerful we become is in our hands. Thank you so much.
Well, indeed, that was very powerful. I bet everybody agrees on that. It was a very sobering speech. I mean, hard truths were told right there. No sugarcoating, Professor Clow. Prof, would you take questions or 5 minutes of questions? Okay, I'm sure there would be. Yes. Prof Tiwari. Prof Tiwari.
I have been for the last 100 years.
Yeah, go ahead, Prof.
Yes, last 100 years, I mean, there is an idea that says that Africa has deindustrialized. And this Afcfta is a plan for industrialization. And there are problems, it might succeed or might not succeed, and told the story. So this, the danger is the last 100 years, what were we doing? And how come Africa got deindustrialized and the rest of the world was industrialized? Something very unbelievable. Thank you.
Any further questions? Then yes, go ahead.
Point about your closing remark. That is that if we can set ourselves as an example to the rest of the continent, it will probably be about the best thing that could happen for the entire continent. And I really appreciate it.
Okay,
Prof.
they can't hear. They can't hear.
Oh,
The lady in the front with the orange. You had your hand up, huh? Okay. Prof. Kaling and then Dr. Maduko.
Thank you. It can actually be some normality as well on exports. For my sins, I've only discovered e-commerce very late in my life. And I discovered it by finding an app where I could order anything from anywhere in the world. Things that you cannot buy directly, for instance, from America, but if you go through this app, they order it for you and they send. And then I've done some research to find out how these things work. All of this online. And apparently you get the ones that they produce everything and sell, or the ones that is basically just a warehouse and doing that. But what I found is that I could not get a thing from Africa, not one single thing from Africa to buy online through these very, very popular things. Now, at the moment, there's this whole big discourse going on about our duties, etc., and that is, over. But if we now have a free trade agreement in Africa, and we can start something similar with the rest of the world, that would stimulate the small business person in South Africa that is doing something that will only produce on a contract, send it off to this warehouse and start to produce and export, etc., to the rest of the world. And I'm just thinking that we are leaving this to all of these others. If I can tell you the website that I've used or the app that I use sits in Dubai. They don't produce one single thing. But I could, as I say, I could import a carpet from Germany that I liked, and I ordered and sent it to me. And I ordered things from everywhere, a jersey from France that is coming in the same package, etc. And I'm just wondering, why is there not investment like that in terms of an African app where you can then empower the small producer that can send it off and don't have to carry all the big costs initially of this until they are better. So the whole concept of e-commerce, I understand the bigger issues are everything else, but this is for what you call that small entrepreneur, the small producer that just gets into the market.
It's Dr. Maduku. That's the last final question. Do you have time for two more questions?
Thank you very much for the very insightful presentation. Some very tough pills to swallow into the reality. I'm just want to pick your brain in terms of the appetite for development finance institutions to fund infrastructure in Africa. In as much as I understand you mentioned the fact that we are not a favorable destination for FDI in terms of investment from the global investors, but we are also not a favorable destination for development finance as well. So how best can we increase the appetite for DFIs, whether mostly international, because they have the best capacities to fund? Because if we look at the extent of deficit in terms of infrastructure in the continent is huge. Like we are saying that only 40% of our roads are tarred, which means we have a huge gap in terms of funding, but there's no capacity in terms of local banks, local development banks. How do we increase appetite of the international community to invest in infrastructure and also to invest in industry?
Thank you. So, sorry, Prof, just to check online. What is the suggestion? Prof. Kaling, you can try this. Okay. That's a good one. Prof, you need to search more. Let's see if there's any hands. Oh, there are two hands. Professor Kande first. You can go, sir. You can unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Morning, or it's already afternoon. Good afternoon. I think that was a very brilliant and mouthful presentation. I mean, there's a lot of talk around the low trade intra-Africa countries, and I don't know. I wanted to ask, in your thoughts or in your mind, what do you think is the elephant in the room? I don't know. Are we putting the cart before the horse? Because we know that we don't produce anything. Then what are we expected to buy from ourselves? Is it the same raw material that we export that we will be buying from ourselves? So that's really, well, a challenge to me. I mean, what is it? Are we putting the cart before the horse? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's the only one. Perfect, Pome. He put his hand down. Huh? All right, fine. Okay.
I think, Dev, when you speak about the industrialization, I'll give you a conversation that made me think. In 2017, we were going to a BRICS summit. And we went to brief President Zuma. And the focus was on the first industrial revolution. So after a briefing, of course, the cause of a briefing, he turned around to me and he asked, where are we in this fourth industrial revolution? Because I haven't seen the third industrial revolution in Africa. We basically missed the third industrial revolution. That's a fact. That's a fact. Now, are we going to miss this fourth? We're already talking of fifth. But it's an opportunity for us to grab, because this can be the vehicle in terms of addressing the reindustrialization of South Africa, as we speak of it, and the industrialization of the continent. We have no choice. We have no choice. We have the ingredients. But you see, if you can use the example of India. India came out with this Make in India slogan, manufacture at home. Now, we've had this before, Make in South Africa, but we don't give it the energy, the attention, and the resources to support our industries to become engines of growth. To, as I said, Operation Pakisa is a typical example. We had said one of the major focus areas will be on creating a shipbuilding industry. But where is that? Where is that? And yet we were, at one stage, South Africa was a major port for ship repairs, both here in Durban and Cape Town. We've lost all of that. So I'm saying that we have no choice. We have to apply ourselves to industrialization. And I think we have to put measures in place. And I see this is happening with some African countries in terms of rare earths and new minerals, where they are stopping exports and saying that you come. If you want to manufacture EV batteries, you come and do it in our territory. You're not going to get our lithium and other products that's needed for it. You come and manufacture, yeah. And that's the strength of Africa. We have the resources. But instead of just shipping out our wealth, we need to become a bit more assertive in terms of joint manufacturing, because it's a win-win. It's a win-win situation for both parties. And I think in South Africa, we've started that process, but we're not moving fast enough. I mean, I can give you an example. 2 weeks ago, I was at Hisense in Atlantis in Cape Town. Now, if you go to Hisense is now manufacturing the TVs and the fridges and whatever whiteware they're producing in the factory in Atlantis. 95% of the staff are South Africans, mainly Black women, Now, this is where you see technology transfer and skill transfer. And this is the kind of examples we want to see much more of in South Africa. They are manufacturing the TVs, assembling the TVs, the fridges and all. It was so good to see, right? They come from that very poverty-stricken area, Atlantis area. Most of them were unemployed. But it's possible to show for us to industrialize, and we have the resources, we have the people that are capable. Now, I'm just using that as one recent example. Minister Patel was there. He had just finished his tenure as Minister of Trade and Industry, but he was also one of the speakers at that. So industrialization, I think, has dawned upon Africa that this is the route to address, because it's your major employment entity, your industrial sector. And you're starting to see it in parts of Africa, but it has to massify, including in South Africa. And I think new technologies can be an enabling driver for that. Anand, I fully agree with you. I'll give you the example of the Ukraine war. When the Ukraine war started, Russia-Ukraine conflict, South Africa came under tremendous pressure. You would have seen that the diplomatic corps in Pretoria, some of them were openly on social media attacking South Africa for the position we had taken on this, for not condemning Russia and being seen to be siding, although we took a more neutral position on this. Now, someone asked me the question, why this pressure on South Africa? Why don't they go and find out what is Zimbabwe's position on the war, or even Nigeria, or even Kenya? They were not interested. They wanted South Africa's view on the war, and they were putting pressure on us to make statements that they wanted us to make, come on their side, so to say. Because the voice of South Africa in global affairs still carries the heaviest weight on the continent. Our star may not be as bright as it was during the Madiba era, but the voice of South Africa is still the voice sought after on the international platform. That's why we sit in the G20 as the only African country. Africa, as far as Africa matters, South Africa still matters. So I think that is something that is a positive that we should not lose, and we have been letting that slip. We need to reassert. Africa needs leadership. If it wasn't for Mbeki, Obasanjo, and Bouteflika, we'd have no NEPAD. The African Union wouldn't be where it was when we launched it. They pushed that we need to transform OAU into a new trajectory, call it the African Union, because OAU was caught up with the whole decolonization process. It was all of Abuja Treaty and so forth could not see the light of day, because energy was to get Africa freed as sovereign nations. When the AU came, we had all of these different blueprints, from Pan-African Parliament to African Court to your Agenda 2063, now Continental Free Trade Agreement. So we're not doing bad as a continent. We have our focus in the right direction. It's a matter of us converging as the continent and working together to achieve this. And this continent has the potential to be a shining light on the global stage, because we are the last frontier of development. So the point is, South Africa still matters. And if we provide leadership, you can't have all of 54 leaders leading Africa. You need a pull factor, like these three presidents were. We don't have that pull factor at the present time, where we can say, 1, 2, 3 president, you stand out and you can pull Africa. The others will join forces with you. E-commerce, I fully agree with you, Prof. As I said, 2.5%. It's, in this past 6 months, I was in China 3 times. And I was saying to colleagues, all the malls, the major malls, are empty, because people are resorting to e-commerce today. They don't go to malls anymore. If they go to malls, it's just to walk around and have an outing, rather than going and doing business or buying. It's all online buying today. And that's the trend globally today. And I think Africa, we need to create, this is an opportunity for our entrepreneurs. Create an African platform for African products to sell to the world market, leave alone selling within South Africa and Africa. This, as young people looking to get into business, as I said, India has the second largest number of startups globally today, from almost having very little. Every young person today wants to be boss of their own. They're not waiting to find jobs. If they can't find jobs, They're being creative and looking where there are opportunities. And I think this, you're starting to see it in Africa. In several African countries, I see this trend also when the younger generation Africans are not waiting. If they can't find jobs, they're looking into the entrepreneurship market and looking for creating their own space in the business environment.
I quickly went onto the internet on this website that they advised me to. And it says beautiful, we create uniquely African lifestyle, da 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 da. It's an e-commerce service in London, England.
Oh. That is it. The whole world makes market from Africa, right? I mean, the whole world makes money from Africa. And we as Africans, we remain poor because we give our business to the world outside. And that has to change. That has to change. We are a continent that is wealthy, so vast potential. Development finance, development finance has dried up. Leave alone development finance, development assistance has dried up. Very difficult. If you look at the envelopes, when I was ambassador to the EU, South Africa had a dedicated, what we call envelope, development cooperation assistance. That's almost empty now. Many of the European countries don't provide development assistance to South Africa. They say you are an advanced economy, you don't qualify. And yet we have two South Africas, one that's first world and one that is still the majority that are living in poverty and underdevelopment. This is true for the rest of Africa. To get development cooperation today is not as easy as it was. It comes with strings, and development finance, we have exactly that. And that's one of the reasons why we created the BRICS New Development Bank, to say that we need a facility for ourselves, take our money, create a bank, and we use it for ourselves because the rest of the world don't want to give. IMF, World Bank, you saw structural adjustment programs. What has it done to our economies? It devastated our economies rather than help us grow. So that's a challenge which we have to address ourselves. And one of the reasons why India and China grew is because domestic savings were quite high. India had this very good idea where they opened banking accounts for everyone, whether you put 5 rupees or 10 rupees. But what you had liquid capital that could be used internally for development. And these are some of the innovative things that we need to look at within Africa, that just putting our money into banks that sends the profits outside the countries. These are some of the fault lines that we need to address. I mean, under the Continental Free Trade Agreement, one of the things that we have put forward is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, where we have encouraged payment and settlement using local currency. And it is envisaged that thus far 20 central banks have become part of this. Now, last month, we went to our Reserve Bank for a day. We spent a day there, gave us a lecture of the work they do. So I asked them, are we part of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System? And they told me, no. No explanation. I don't understand why we are not part of it. What you are seeing today, during the BRICS summit last year, running up to it, the media was full of de-dollarization, this whole issue of de-dollarization. Yes, the dollar is no more the god it was. It's losing its primacy of place, but it'll be quite some time. When the British pound was the god of the day in terms of global finance, no one thought one day it will be replaced by the dollar, but it was. There'll come a time when the dollar will also not be the only currency of choice in terms of international transactions. Many countries today, and Russia is a good example because of sanctions, are using local currency in terms of transaction. I think India has agreement with about 20 countries today to trade in rupees. Russia, the same. China, the same. We have not yet looked into that. And the estimation is, if we trade in local currencies in Africa in terms of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, Africa will save up to $5 billion annually in transaction costs in trading in local currency. Now that's substantial in terms of just saying that let us decouple and look at trading amongst ourselves in our own currency. Now, of course, I've spoken about us focusing on developing our own industries. and providing some incentives. We've done it with the motor industry. That's why it's doing so well. Now we're looking at also the clothing industry and other sectors. We have to provide some incentives. We have 11 SEZs. We have 11 SEZs. And we had someone come and present to us. And I asked the question, now, every time I go to King Shaka Airport, I must pass the Dubai Trade Port. But you go to Dubai Trade Port, it's about 10 years old. How many factories are there? How many industries are there? I asked the question. They said, no, it's a staggered approach. It's a slow growth. How slow is this growth? We don't need a slow train anymore. Africa needs a speed train. And that's what we need to do. And we must speed up development in order to grow our economies. I keep saying South Africa shouldn't be growing at 1.5%. We should be growing at least 5-6%. We have all the ingredients for that. But part of what Agenda 2063 addresses is ethical and capable leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Are there any questions for Mr. Mkhwanazi? Yes, Professor Jean. Before Prof. Cass gives his vote of thanks.
Thank you, Program Director. Mr. Mkhwanazi, I think some of the things maybe already been charged, but my comment and question maybe is around compliance issues. Being an exporter in Africa might be very challenging in terms of whether exporters qualify in terms of the compliance issues, between the different countries. We spoke a lot about what we are doing in terms of assisting business to improve their compliance space. But then there are issues also that get raised sometimes by financial institutions when business is in need of trade finance, for example. Are these financial institutions, for example, part and parcel of all this progress that you have achieved or that you are achieving? Are they also taking part in ensuring that they do inform business, for example, on what is needed for business to have the requisite compliance to access trade finance? For example, I can give Afcfta Bank, the Africa Import and Export Bank, has got an online platform. I think it's called the Mansa Digital Platform, where African businesses do register on that platform, and they've got some requirements there that actually help business to meet compliance requirements when trading. So it is, I think it's a platform where they do pay to register, but you can search for any business, without paying anything, and you're able maybe to get some trading partners and so on, and some suppliers or to get a market for your products. So I'm asking this just thinking from the point of whether we've got such support that our businesses are getting in terms of being ready to export, within Africa. I think that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Joe. I think what we will do now, we will limit it to one question because we need to hand out the gifts and the ambassador has to leave. All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to break protocol. Can I please get my gift and leave?
When you get to leave. Okay, let's, before you answer. First of all, we need to give Prof. Sukla a rousing hand of applause for his contribution.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, can we this is for publicity. And there's no ballot, it didn't happen. Thank you. Thank you for indulging us. Mr. Mkhwanazi. Yes, please respond.
No, thanks, Prof. This is a very important question. Maybe recently what we've done, maybe let me speak from the community of the DTIC group, then we'll obviously extend the discussion to those other players. Is from last year, the department signed a cooperation agreement with ECIC, the Export Credit Insurance Corporation, the National Empowerment Fund, the IDC, and obviously ourselves. As part of that, it is meant to create financial support instrument to support our ambitions towards accessing the African continent market, particularly the emerging exporters. The ECIC has also done or has introduced an insurance facility to the financiers to support them, as in terms of limiting or rather mitigating their risk of borrowing. Due to the fact that, this is sometimes very risky transactions. And therefore, they've introduced this instrument as a way of enabling and encouraging financiers to be able to be much more lenient towards businesses that are, requiring funding for the purposes of exporting. And I think that is a very revolutionary step, because what it seeks to do is create that kind of trust and kind of mechanism that enables them to be able to relax some of their conditions, some of their onboarding processes, application processes, at times even collateral that might be required from these particular businesses. And now what is happening is that they are continuously inviting also commercial banks to be part of that particular program. The program is already functioning. There is also, I think, funding to the value of $50 million that the IDC has availed towards the supporting businesses with the African ambitions, or rather wanting to access African markets. Obviously also backed by the ECIC in terms of insurance and necessary guarantees. So definitely creating an environment that encourage the level of cooperation amongst different partners and stakeholders is very significant for us to be able to promote and support these smaller guys that really have got the potential to. But obviously, businesses still have to comply with some of these processes because you cannot. It's called reckless lending at times, when you just give everyone funding just because they've asked for it without going through a due diligence process, and that is followed. But what is revolutionary about the program is that they have then went the step further to say, where are the areas we can relax some of our most complicated processes to enable businesses to be able to access, because we understand that this one are disadvantaged coming from different designated groups that require that level of care and because they are still at their infant or nascent phase of the development. So definitely there is a lot of work at play. And I think private sector needs to come in on board to probably extend a lot of support. I know that quite a few banks are providing trade finance, but obviously they would have different terms and very complicated terms and onboarding processes for those smaller guys that might not necessarily have the financial muscle to be able to gauge that. So that is very important. Obviously, there's a discussion also to look at whether or not, as a country, we should not also be looking at the direction of an Exim Bank, just as a way of ensuring that we are promoting trade and ensuring that we create availability of resources for the emerging exporters and the exporters to be able to access or rather to be able to trade globally. So those are discussions at play, and I think there will be a very revolutionary and a radical move towards supporting our ambition towards accessing global markets.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhwanazi. Are there any questions since the ambassador has left? Are there any other questions, Mr. Mkhwanazi?
Don't ask me ambassador questions.
Thanks, Mr. Mkhwanazi, for insightful and thought-provoking presentation. My question is, you've mentioned strategies that are put in place to make sure that South Africa really maintain existence of the free trade agreement, including those ones that will allow economies to develop and maybe have the potential of increasing exports. But now, my question is, as South Africa already the biggest exporters of resources, mineral resources. So, what are the strategies that practical strategy that can be put in place to make sure that we are not exploited as South Africa? Because we assume that with the agreement, we will be expected to be exporting more of resources. Thank you.
I'm sure you noted when the ambassador was speaking, spoke about this, protection that particularly the EU and the West is really speaking about on critical minerals. The protection, trying to put in mechanism is a way of realizing that, oh, well, look, we are depleting some of the resources and there's still a lot that needs to be manufactured. How do we put in much more of these stringent requirements to ensure that there's that level of protection and access really to those? And I think the direction we should be taking is really informed by our industrial policy, is to say, how do we promote industrialization at all costs in terms of ensuring that we protect our industries? You would recall that the minister spoke recently when I was doing the budget vote, also spoke very highly of the master plans that we have and how we could use those master plans as a pillar towards industrialization. All these master plans are plans in place with practical implementable solutions per sector on how do we able to aggressively grow that particular sector and therefore create a demand in different markets. And I think that is the direction that we should be taking, and that's the direction that actually the government is moving. From supporting export, we are then looking much more favorably to value-added kind of products as opposed to. So our initiative, for instance, we are running one of a number of mentorship programs, and we are now going to be scaling the same ones towards focusing in the African market. One of the most successful ones has been partnering in business with Germany, where we take small emerging exporters to explore the German market, understand the culture and doing business in Germany, understand the intricate details and the complexities of exporting. Then they come back then additional institutional support is then provided. But we want to scale that toward focusing on critical, on rather African market, particularly your east, west, and the north side, because already there's a lot of trade happening in the SADC region. So there's a lot of opportunities that I've identified, in particularly the sectors that I've mentioned in my presentation. And I think that direction of ensuring that we resource it as much as possible and we create very customized programs aimed at supporting businesses to be able to beneficiate as much as possible is the right strategy going forward. I think Prof. Dean spoke also about e-commerce, and I was happy that the ambassador also highlighted a little bit about it. And in terms of the e-commerce programs that we are also engaged in is really at a capacity building level, because what you are saying is very true. I mean, today, just now, I'm not sure around Mbangin in Richards Bay, but in Johannesburg and Gauteng, you can literally put all your products in a cart at checkers, and then in no time, it will be delivered at your doorstep. All know of what is it? Take a Lot. Take a Lot and other e-commerce platforms that are commercial or retailer ones. How efficient they are actually. I think we need to leverage on those successes and look at how do we scale up and try and focus in the African market. And obviously a lot of opportunities will then emerge in terms of warehousing opportunities for even new players because that will be an area where emerging small businesses can also start playing much more actively in those. And also just perfecting the distribution channels so that it's efficient and effective. Because you can imagine how complicated this is when you would order something and then you wait months on end and it hasn't arrived. And how China has over the time perfected this through their e-commerce platforms. I think those are some of the lessons that we need to learn, but also leverage on what is already happening in the country. Those successes are quite, I think a lot of, this big retail chain are starting to get much more into the space. Pick and Pay is doing somewhat similar with their SN, and we have to look at how are they making their distribution so effective and efficient that it makes it so much easier for a consumer to get their goods in a speedy manner. How can we be able to do the same in African continent? And we need to start looking more favorably towards trade intermediaries and look at how do we aggregate some of the consignment as an opportunity to fulfill some of the orders for the smaller guys, agriculture and so forth. Aggregating that consignment for the purposes of servicing a particular market is a low-hanging fruit, I think, that we should be exploring much more favorably. And some of these programs really require a multifaceted approach and a multi-stakeholder approach because there's quite a lot of complexities in the value chain of that. But the good thing is that these things you are challenging us, particularly I'm speaking now from the government side. You are challenging us, the business is challenging us as an industry. And I think for us is to come and have this kind of engagement, because essentially we are not able to create solutions as government for the industry. It needs to be a collaborative approach in order for it to be effective. Because a lot of people in government haven't even run a business. They don't know what happens in those. So this engagement with the private and the industry, educational institutions, with the repository of information and intellect, is able to assist us in creating those customized solutions that will effectively support our aspirations going forward.
I just want to add on to that. Sure. Remember, because of the exchange rate, an American will find it extremely cheap to buy from us.
Absolutely.
And therefore you can then, in that sense, make a profit in Africa, and they will still see it as a very, very cheap product.
True.
And remember, all of these, that you are paying the courier services right through the world. So I just think it is a way of of broadening, not only in South Africa, not only in Africa, but to sell our products in the rest of the world, basically as cheap as what China feels they can bring it into us, we can take it out to the rest of the world.
In fact, I know that you run the EDHE program, the entrepreneurship, and I think this discussion, I mean, this platform is very important from a think tank perspective, but coupling that with the practical part of students that are already savers. I mean, because we're talking about how do we develop an export culture so that we become an export-orientated economy. And I think we always talk about how do we cultivate the learning of someone. You do it when they are still young, while the mind is still easy to be able to be influenced. And I think that is the level that some of these conversations should really be linked to those. And definitely there's a lot of opportunities in that space. And we should really be looking at how best we are able to service it. And definitely some progress already is being made in other areas. But I think we are still very, very far behind. That's the reality. We're very, very far behind, and we need to start pulling our legs, because by the next time we realize it, e-commerce won't be the thing anymore. It's something new, and we'll start at that time. For us, it will be our peak kind of a point, and we'll only realize that people have already long passed that particular phase. So I think we really need to start having this discussion, but more practically so, and we start implementing some of this, because we are good in obviously putting this mechanism in place and so forth, but the practical implementation is sometimes leaves a lot to be desired, and it's the business that has to implement those ideas. And yeah, I think that will be a very interesting way of working together towards those particular visions.
Thank you, Mr. Konazi.
This is my lecture. I will be doing a disservice. Because I think I owe him an assignment. So economics, 101.
Thank you for such a great presentation and a very insightful one. And the faculty of commerce, we are very proud to have been part of your journey. We really need to put ourselves at the back to produce quality and leaders. Well, I know, we used to work together in community projects with women who did work, who remember Mr. Ngayama, who used to do fish farm. I think he still does. What I wanted to ask is that since you mentioned that you really encourage SMMEs to also export, we have various groups. There are those who've been in the game for quite some time, and you want to retain them. And there are also ones that are still new and so forth. I just want to find out of those participants, especially the SMMEs and the new entrants, do you have your Mr. Ngemas, women who just do beadwork, or people who do sculpturing, and basically people who are not that literate, who do not have collateral should they need funding to export in bulk and so forth? Is your program conducive for such people and so forth? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Definitely the program is structured that it takes, but exporting is very complex in nature. And I think I'll be doing a disservice to make it appear as though anyone can just easily on their own. But I think it's just like any other business. The technical part is important, at least at an elementary level, for any business owner or business director, so that they at least understand what goes into the process of exporting the likes. So generally with our program, we have a variety of entrepreneurs categorized. You can imagine small businesses, SME category, as long as the person has got the capability and the necessary, capacity to be able to produce to the expectation of the buyer, we are able to support. In the cases where they do not have, there are programs, and I cited a number of incentive programs that assist in terms of, just general machinery, equipment, and so forth, so that they are at the level that they could be able to compete. So it's not about someone exporting. It's about them being competitive in exporting, because you can enter a market, few transaction, 2 orders on there, and then later, at a later point in time, you find that you are not surviving in the market because your strategy was not as competitive as as the players in that particular market. So generally, we definitely will have smaller guys participating, reasonably small, that they are able to be able to supply. And definitely our programs are customized that it supports them at their level until we've got a number of success stories. If you go to our website, some of them are listed there as testimonials, where really we've taken a business at a level where they did. Obviously, maybe suppose, let's say they are already operating in the domestic market. It's just that they want to start expanding. That is where export becomes much more beneficial for those that want to export. So definitely there are success stories similarly to those that could emerge from general communities and so forth. But there are also a lot of capacity issues that needs to be addressed prior to ensuring that those particular businesses. But in our days, opportunities are so big. I think Prof was talking about something called drop shipping. I'm sure a lot of you would know about it. Well, essentially, the producer does nothing. It's a third party that does the distribution until it is delivered. I mean, those are opportunities for easy entrance into specific markets, because I'm still continuing to produce, but someone is doing all the intricate details. We spoke about trade intermediaries, where these opportunities could also be utilized to support those particular businesses that might not have the necessary capacity and resources to implement their own internal processes to start exporting. But doesn't mean that they cannot be able to service these markets. The previous minister also spoke about things like, already we've got big multinationals or big companies in South Africa that are operating in the African continent, your macros, your games and things. They're already having a captured audience. For us is to start having engagement with the private sector. So open up more opportunities for South African product to reach those destinations. And they've got very well equipped systems in place that could be able to assist in facilitating that. And they've got their own targets for really empowering small businesses towards that level. So a lot still needs to be done, but already there are opportunities to support those smaller guys to be at a level that is acceptable. And definitely our programs, they are pitched at that, they are able to support those particular ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kanara. Thank you very much. Mr. Panazi, I think there's a gift for you and a photo that needs to be taken. So if you want it, you need to bring the banner as well. Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. You're blended, that's the day. Come on. Maya. Not more than 500 rand.
All right, delegates, we have come towards the end of the session. We've got Prof. Kasseram who will give the vote of thanks. And thereafter, after a marathon session, we even skipped tea. You were supposed to have tea in between. But it was so riveting you wanted to sit and listen. So, Prof. Kasseram.
Indeed. Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to do the vote of thanks. I'm going to break for protocol and start off with who appeared here first. So, Shalan, your innovations around Mandela Day, the clapping for 67 minutes, 67 seconds, and those jokes, some of those jokes that appear to be dry, but were but they were actually very interesting innovations. It's because, as they always say, when there's 3 economists in the room, you get 5 opinions and so on. So it was a build up on that kind of humor, and I thought I enjoyed that. I was one of the few that laughed. So, but thank you for that. You were called here because you do this work with such ease and grace. This the MC duties. I wish you'd do the same with your PhD. Second on the podium was Prof. Kralen, the mother, the grandmother of our faculty, who went right to the point that we're a multidisciplinary faculty that produces quality work and it's reflected in our graduates in terms of the kind of work, and Cornelia is one of them. And there are so many others you would see in the Bali conference. We are also going to bring in some of our students who have achieved greatness, internationally. And so the way Prof. Kralen put it is that we create human capital that's worthy of the qualifications we provide. And this is the graduate attributes that's required in the marketplace. And if you look at the whole theme of what was discussed today, that we got grand visions, as the ambassador expressed it so eloquently and in such great detail that it was inspiring. I felt as if, we're going to be there, and we're already there, almost. And I was taken up in the wave of that frenzy of us being able to achieve this, although it was broken later. But anyway, then Prof. Tawari, came on stage, and he laid the foundation of the next 2 days presentation. He spoke about the challenges Africa faced, the possibilities, and this was echoed by Prof. Kunene. And then the ambassador elaborated on it in very great detail. And it was, as I said, it was most inspiring. And in the ambassador's view, she said that we can become a single market. And that reminded me of Gaddafi, that spoke about the United States of Africa, and essentially the theme that Cornelia expressed, that the ambassador expressed, as well as Ambassador Suklal also expressed, that we have the possibilities, but he, as Shalan, he took the words out of my mouth. It was riveting, it was sobering, and
It was a very, realistic account of where we were. I learned a lot. I learned about the Lagos Action Plan, about the Abuja Treaty, about NEPAD, and then the succession to the African Free Trade Agreement. And one after the other, they all have the very same theme. But this time round, where we're different, we are different in the sense that, one, Africa is asserting itself. So although Prof. Suklal gave an account that, was very sobering, etc., but he put a lot of positives there. One is we're part of the G20. We've been invited to it, but we've been knocking on the doors for years. But now we're there, since 2008, but, 13, 14 years later, we're there, and it had to take the assistance of BRICS partners like Modi and so on that got us there. And so, so that's very positive. It's also very positive that with the rare earth metals that now African leaders are asserting themselves and saying, well, bring your factories here, technology transfer. We know no more going to freely dish out, our raw material, our valuable raw materials. You need to bring in the technology here and let's work together. And that's what the world needs. And that's how we're going to turn around. Like some of the sobering facts that Prof. Suklal mentioned was that in South Africa, 6% of the population owns 95% or 90% of the country's wealth. But it's also, and this I never knew, that also in sub-Saharan Africa, it's only 10% of the population that owns 90% of the African wealth. And a lot of it is with outside connections, the developed world connection. This has to change. And so these were very interesting things for me to have learned, and I'm really very grateful for that. What I really found fascinating is that we have all these grand plans. We know what to do. We understand that the new generation that's here and that is to come are the ones that have to take the baton and carry it forward. But we haven't as yet, and as an ambassador, when I asked the question, pointed out that we have pockets of cooperation in terms of education, etc., but we need to coordinate it. But the parting words of Prof. Suklal from his talk was, let me find it. He basically says that I like the words that Cornelia used, where he talked about Africa's ambition, African ambitions, when referring to the plan around the African Free Trade Agreement. But in essence, I'm finding it. I wrote so many things, so that I'm not sure. Okay. So I will try and paraphrase what he said. Is that in essence he said that we have the power to make the change, but what we do with that power will determine our future. And I think that puts it exactly where we are at now, and the purpose of this conference and the purpose of this whole series on the Node for African Thought, that we know what we need to do. We know what our history is, and Prof. Suklal mentioned about those islands in outside Ghana and the ravage. He used words like ravage, assault, the devastation. So we know the history we're coming from. The African Free Trade Agreement plan is we know where we need to go. And this conference is part of those small things we can do on a regular basis to so that the ideas coalesce, so that we from these conferences we take themes that we can expand on in our master's and PhD research, related to things like intra-regional trade, to what extent it's happening, what's hindering the cooperation of the different African countries in achieving and realizing the objectives in the free trade agreements. We are the ones that must take a lead in advancing the knowledge that is necessary for us to become that grand continent that we one day will be. Given that 70% of our population, the African population, are youthful. They're under 35 years old, and so in the future we're going to have 1 in 5 workers globally, and this has been done by IMF, etc. That will be the global workforce. The Africans will be part of the global workforce, but it is in our hands to make sure that we instill the right skills, the right attitudes, the right talents, the right moral and ethical perspectives, so that we become the next leaders of the world. And you have empires rising, now it's China, etc., and you have empires declining. So Africa's chance is around the corner. And you know, those Economist cover pages, in 11 years it changed from Africa's devastation to Africa rising, and that's a theme of our faculty, all the endeavors we engage in. And I'm grateful to leaders like Prof. Freeling, Prof. Tawari, and the new generation of leaders that are here, Prof. Joe, Dr. Makoba, Ayan Sola, Matadi, and so on. It is together that we will help in a small way to realize this grand dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please remember that this was only the beginning of the event. When we come back from lunch, the presentations begin. Let me end this session with the words of Nelson Mandela. The last appropriate words. We started with Nelson Mandela and we would end with him as well. There is something very appropriate that was about Africa. I don't see it here anymore. All right. There is no passion to be found in playing small. And I used this in class the other day. I told my students, because they worried about presentations and that they're going to have to come and present. And I told them this, and I paraphrased as Prof was doing. And I told them there's no passion to be found in playing small. Don't play small in settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living. So Nelson Mandela spoke to each one of us to say that we must show the world our light. Let our light shine through and be the best that we can be. He was an inspiration to all of us, and may his legacy live on forever. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. That's one approach to the next time I meet you, think and because I see you playing, I imagine, but I know you. I'll see you one time. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's fine. It's okay. And I would see him. Yes. No, it's actually waiting at yeah, right. Yeah, it's actually put it. Yes, put it. And I just thought for a while. Indeed, yeah. But I was I kept on telling this guy to say, Nick, a lot of them was always hoping that they talk about I said, I said, putting yourself out there, place where you have to go to yourself. Because you're still young. Yeah. Thanks, Shalene. I was happy to see you. I'm happy to see you too, my man. Just keep in touch. Don't go anywhere. I won't. We should have invited you for our conference. Yeah. Right. You guys are doing quite well. Yes, we're trying to do it. We're trying to do it. It's really actually, then it's just answers that it's hard research, which makes me very interested. That's not it does show your it's a case of them when we decided. Yes, exactly.
And the one that sort of vertical, electricity is just not so big.
It's technically and some uses some kind of government so yeah. What I was worried about is how much information